No, I don't have a new emote. I just like soap. Smiley face.
Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, and welcome to Game Night Cycle Space here purely for the music. Welcome to Game Night on Saturday the 5th of March. This is coming up to 8:30. Hope everyone is doing well. It is time for the Hive, or will be very shortly. First of 3 games we've got tonight: the Hive, the Abyss, and then hosts in the arena. The reward from the charity stream: myself versus Bash versus Bob versus Topper, not Bopper. All coming up this evening. Very well done to Zeus on winning. My mind's gone blank there. Very well played. Although I'm slightly upset that you managed to get there partially through a piano-related joke. I hope you enjoyed the Great Gate of Kiev at the beginning of the stream as a piece of music by Mussorgsky. I felt it was an appropriate thing to play, given everything that's been going on in the world over the last week, well, specifically in Ukraine. The Hive, the Abyss, and the Arena, it's sat the day. It is indeed, Topper. Kegler Coach as well, thank you very much for that 14-month resubscription, very much appreciated. No, I don't have a new emote, I just like soap. Very good. Thank you for the support, very much appreciated. Who else have we got here? Good evening to G. Isons and Prugs, David and Zeus, Topper and Poker, Shapes and Mark, David and Jumble, Podo and Innis, Jack, P5, Naked Grandma, good evening Cycle Space and Halo, Vision and Jogging Chum, Kegler Coach, Brand New Halo, I've just done that line, we'll do Brand New Halo again, Vision, Jogging Chum, Kegler Coach, Jers, Bitter Otter, Tadari, Dogfish, Cetra, Colo, Tunitin, ABMe and anyone else who's lingering, lurking and loitering in the chat. Great to have you with us this Saturday evening. We are playing the Hive, latest game from Persephone's Share. I have gone and backdated gold, silver and bronze Hive players and leaderboard scores for players who are in the hot seat. They won't yet show on the website because I haven't updated the app, but I will be doing that in the next week or so. So if you want to play the Hive and you want to be in the hot seat, you'll need to join this lobby in a minute. If you just want to play in the Hive mind, if you just want to play as part of the audience Hive Mind game, then you do not need to join this lobby. If you do join this lobby, then you may be selected to be the focus player. You will need to be in the Discord, and you will need to have a microphone because you'll need to come and have a chat with me. Everyone else can play in the Hive Mind. You can join at any time. You don't have to join this lobby. In fact, if you only want to play in the Hive, do not join this lobby. David Bodicum, welcome to the stream. Great to have you here. And this is a question pack that's been written by me and proofed by Oni, who I'm pretty sure he said was away this evening. So we thank him in his absence for his proofing, and I hope you enjoy this third question pack of mine for the Hive, to a Sainsbury's sponsorship. I'd take a Sainsbury's sponsorship for the Hive rather than winning packs if we play for Nectar points and get it. That'd be fun. Although we don't shop at Sainsbury's ourselves, but there it is. Right, so I got a new button on the stream deck tonight as well. Order! Which is quite fun. So if you all get a little bit out of hand, we can order! Yes, we can bring you back to order. Pain. That's what it's going to cause if I keep pressing that button. Anyway, if you want to play the Hive and you want to play in the hot seat, type in the code. Do we get the last start bullshit buttons? Be quite fun. Oh, it's just Samster. Oh, Samster and David, there's two of you. There's a few people here. Welcome on in. Samster, Bash, welcome to the stream. Shall I give you some bonus pennies while we're here? Have some Hive bonus pennies. Oh, that's cold. Red wine should not be cold. Is the puzzle set is just around the corner? That's quite right, yeah. Anisette, Joe, Lewis, Puzzle Dan, welcome to you all as well. Good to have you here. Hope you're keeping well. So there is no exclusion method in this game, so you only join this if you want to play in the hot seat. Do I usually Thomas the Whack Engine? Yeah, no, that's not going to be a thing. So yes, there is no exclusion method. So if you want to play in the hot seat, you have to join this lobby. If you only want to play in the audience game, do not join this lobby, because if it picks you, then you will be banned by the game. I would have to re-roll in order to pick somebody else. Which would probably mean restarting the game because of animations and whatnot. So yes. Come join this lobby with you a few minutes. And incidentally, in the Hive, you can join the game at any time, and you can just play for one or two of them, or you can play throughout. Pennies awarded all the way through. Slightly strange payment structure of pennies in this game. But yes, Lupine, welcome to the stream. The more you play, and the better you do compared to the rest of the Hive, the more pennies you are likely to get. There's then gold, silver, and bronze. And of course, the player who is in the hot seat is going to be playing for the potential maximum jackpot in this game, which is I can't remember. Is it 1,000? I think it's 1,000. 1,000 pennies potentially up for grabs if you can play well tonight. Well, that was the end of the sting. So that seems as good a time as any to lock it up and select our hot seat Hive player. Bash, hello. You. Ash the Bash, you are in control of the Hive. Please make your way... I was about to say please make your way to the green room, but actually you don't need to do that because you have special privileges, don't you? Welcome, Bash.
I do. Hi.
How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad.
Good to have you here. Obviously, you saw this before it was finished, a little before it was completely finished.
Yeah.
So you've hopefully got an eye in as to how it's seen. You've arguably seen more question packs than anyone else. Everyone else has only seen 2. You've seen 3. Although one of the question packs was a repeat in the test game. Curse Toucan and Score, welcome to the stream. Great to have you here. Score Camp, we'll see a little bit later on. He'll be taking over the hosting duties as he hosts the hosts. This is a good game. This is a very good game to dip a toe in. And hello, Curse Toucan, very, very welcome to, right here. Make sure you whisper to Persephone's Twitch bot. That applies to everybody if you know. It's all multiple choice A, B, C, D, or E throughout. So, Bash, how you doing?
Ooh. Yeah, doing well. A bit of a relaxing day, this one, and well, really more of a relaxing week in general with taking the week off of streaming.
How's your week off been? Have you still been at work, or have you taken a week off work as well?
Oh yeah, I've been doing work and that still in the week, but it's been nice to just take a breather away from streaming after the 17 plus hours that was 500 questions.
Yeah, that was. I think I got to about 12, if that, and I thought I can't do any more. I need to go to sleep. But yeah, congratulations on that. A huge achievement, both in the streaming and the money that you raised. So very well done there. Well deserved week off. But of course, giving you the opportunity to come and play some games and be on the other side of the table, not just here in the Hive. Of course, you're going to be one of our guests as a host in the arena a bit later on.
Indeed, yeah.
Which I dare say we'll say a few more words about in a bit. Let's focus on the Hive now. Do you have a strategy going into this?
Oh God, no! I don't have a strategy at all.
Well, it's the question pack's been written by me, so make of that what you will. You know the rules of the game. Go through 4 phases, 4 questions in each phase, progressively more options for each of the questions you reveal. In each phase, you will leave one question out, which you will not answer. Only the Hive will answer that towards the end of the game, and it will form part of the end game process. You get 20 points for the first one you get right, and every time you get a question right or make the right decision on a question, we will increase the reward by 10 points. So 20, then 30, then 40, then 50. Of course, the questions do gradually get harder as the pack progresses, but you can sort of mitigate it by picking the ones you think are harder maybe earlier on in the phase, because you get fewer options. At each question you get there's 3 decisions that you have to make for the 3 questions you will face, and you can choose to either answer the question yourself, and you can do that up to twice. You can trust the Hive, or you can mistrust the Hive. Trusting the Hive will lock in the answer that the plurality of the Hive have gone with. Mistrusting the Hive will presuppose that the Hive are not in plurality of the correct answer. And you must use the Hive at least once, and you must answer at least one question in every phase. Are you happy with the rules?
Absolutely, yeah.
Wonderful. Well, we hope that you are ready to play. We wish you the best of luck, and we hope you're ready to play along in the Hive at home. Let's see if we can get Ash some really nice pennies, and let's see if we can get you some as well. Let's go to phase, and let me share the screen just before we do, so you can see what's going on in real time. That would be very helpful, wouldn't it? Hopefully you can see and hear everything. You won't be able to hear it yet because there's no sound, but if you can see it, that's a good start. Let's go to phase number 1. So, 20 points awarded for the question that you get right here. 2 options will be displayed, and the options in phase 1, on average, a fully grown adult of which of these dog breeds is the largest, as seen on the Mercator projection, which of these countries has the most easterly point, which of these US presidents held office for the shortest time, which of these mathematical constants is the largest. Any of those leaping out at you to start with?
Let's go with the dog question first. Yeah, which of these dog breeds is the largest?
Okay, we are looking for the dog breed that, when fully grown, an adult, the average size is the largest. Hive, you're going to be answering first, so nice and quiet from Ash here. You'll get 2 options, Hive, A or B. Simply whisper to the bot, A or B, not in chat. Now, just before we go here, I'm just going to get my magic button on the Stream Deck, which engages whisper-only mode, and I can't remember which game I put this on. Was it? I'm going to have to go through them all, aren't I? Just because we don't want any stray answers creeping into the public chat, we want to keep it anonymised. It was Bidding War, apparently. So let's copy that, paste it into the Hive. Is it the Hive? Yes, it's the Hive we're playing. And I'll put that just there, and that can be closed down. So we're going to face the dog question, whispering to the bot, A or B. Hive, take a look at this. On average, a fully grown adult of which of these dog breeds is the largest? Is it a Great Dane or a Shih Tzu? Strong Hive response. Colourblind, LVB, BC, and Quizzle, welcome to the stream. Great to have you here. Bash, 37 people in the Hive have attempted that. Do you think you know?
Yeah, these two have quite a stark difference in general height or general size at their adult age. So I feel pretty confident in answering. Just whether do I want to use the required trust or mistrust to start with now? Because I would imagine the Hive will got this as well, so trust would be good. But they may need to bail me out on a question I don't like, and based on the questions I saw earlier, I might need them. So I'm going to answer myself.
Okay.
I'm going to answer Great Dane as dog breed, which is the largest.
Okay, we will lock in A. Great Dane means you have still got all 3 options available to you at the next question. 37 players in the Hive answered. Let's see what they said. Whatever the answer is, they were unanimous. 100% of the Hive giving the right answer there. Yes, it was indeed Great Dane. Well done, Hive. So in the Hive, the points you will get number of points. You'll get 1 point for every player in the Hive who got it wrong, plus 1. So where there's 100%, everyone gets 1 point in the Hive, which will equal 1 penny later on. Yes, it was a Great Dane, average height of 28 to 34 inches when fully grown, compared to a Shih Tzu, which was the smallest on that list, 8 to 11 inches. The other ones that might have come up, Bichon Frise, English Bulldog, and Golden Retriever. So hopefully, relatively straightforward question even with that. Good start, Ash. You've got 20 points. 30 for this next one. Where are you going to go next? 3 options.
Okay, let's go with... Go with the Mercator projection, which of these countries is the most easterly point.
Okay, we're going through them in order. Hive, over to you. 3 options to be displayed, whispering to the bot. As seen on the Mercator projection, which of these countries has the most easterly point? Afghanistan, Hungary, Cambodia. And there's your time up, Hive. I'll unlock the chat. 35 players in the Hive attempting that one there, Ash. Do you know? Do you have an idea?
Of those, I would say probably Cambodia most easterly out of those. Certainly seems about right. Hungary being Europe. Yeah, I would say Cambodia is probably the most easterly down. Do I want to answer myself, or do I want to let the Hive take it?
That's the thing. If you answer this one yourself, you must use the Hive on the next question.
Yeah. And based on the one I want to go for third, I would rather answer it myself. So...
Okay.
I feel like I have enough faith in our Hive to get this one right. So, I would like to trust the Hive, please.
We are going to trust the Hive. Okay, we will highlight the correct answer, which was your instinct, Cambodia. So, let's see how many in the Hive got that one right. We want to see, hopefully, lots of green lights here. And there's a few reds creeping in there. Hive were indeed in plurality. Well done, Hive. You've got an Ash through that question. 71% of you going for Cambodia, 11 points to each of you who gave me the correct answer. 70% going for Afghanistan. Afghanistan was next out of the 5 that would have been there in Central Asia, Hungary and Eastern Europe. Benin was another option, West Africa, and Suriname in South America, which didn't get shown. Cambodia, of course, in Eastern Asia. Good decision to trust the Hive there. They've got you through that, and they've got you another 30 points. Let's go back to the question board. Bearing in mind, the question that you leave, you will not be able to answer. So you want to be considering the question that you leave is going to be going to the Hive. It will have 5 options attached to it. Which one do you want to leave? Do you want to leave an easy one for the Hive so that you've got a nice idea of where you think it will slot in later on, or a hard one? So maybe that will be something that will be easy to slot in.
Well, that's the thing, sure. Yeah. The one I definitely want to answer is the mathematical constants one. So okay. I would like to attempt this one now and leave the US presence for the final phase. Okay,
we will come back to the US presence a bit later on. Hive, there'll be 4 options here, and let's take a look. Which of these mathematical constants is the largest? Wallace constant, Euler's number, Pythagoras constant, pi. Not quite as many in the Hive going for this one. 31, still a reasonable number. You haven't got the option to trust them. You can either answer this yourself, or you can presuppose that the Hive do not know this and mistrust them. What do you think?
There's one there I actually haven't heard of. Wallace constant I'm not familiar with. Pi is 3.1415926 ...
Indeed.
Pythagoras constant, if we're presuming that is to do with Pythagoras' theorem of a squared plus b squared equals c squared, then if you had a side like the one, that would be square root of 2, but I don't know if that is the constant or not. Certainly would be the ratio. And Euler's number is 2.7 something or other, to do with natural log.
Okay.
So I know that pi is greater than your Euler's number, and if it's the square root of 2 for Pythag, then that is also smaller. It's whether or not Wallace's constant is bigger or not. I don't know. I've not heard of that constant. But given that we have numbers in a similar sort of ballpark of each other, of like 2, 2, and 3, have you gone cruel and gone for another number that is of similar magnitude or not? I don't know.
Would I do that?
Of course he would do that.
Yeah, I would.
Because I know the value of pi, and I know that it's greater than at least 2 options up here, then I'm going to play 50-50 on it, essentially, and say that pi is the greatest of all of them. And answer myself, please.
You're going to answer it yourself. Okay, we'll lock in d pi. Let's see how the Hive got on here. A lot of red coming up here. Mistrust could have been good. Are we right? You are right, and the Hive were not. So mistrust or going for pi yourself would have been correct. Yes, if you'd mistrusted the Hive, you'd have been allowed anything, either A, B, or C. And the plurality of the Hive there was a Wallace constant. Wallace's constant at 2.094. You were right, it was in the same sort of echelon of values.
You have to know what that constant, what field that's about.
I did when I wrote the question pack. And then I wrote down the key information and then just put a link to it. So I will. I can look it up. Let me look it up. Let's see if I can remind myself. Wallace's constant is. Oh my god. Let me put this in the voice chat. I'll take a screenshot. If I'll just put it into the live chat for the voice text. For anyone who's interested, that is Wallace's constant.
The frick?
Yeah, I know, right?
Cubic root of what?
Cubic root of 45 minus the square root of 1929 over 18 plus the cube root of 45 plus the square root of 19 over 1929 over 18. So two times the yeah. Apparently, that is Wallace's constant. Gio's saying I shouldn't write questions on things you don't understand. If I only wrote questions on things I understood, Gio's, there'd be an awful lot of classical music and questions about Prokofiev and Shostakovich and Rachmaninoff in here, because I don't know very much about anything, it has to be said. So Wallace's constant was 2.094. The other option that didn't come up there was the golden ratio, phi, which would have been...
Oh, what was the definition of that again? That's a 2 point something again, isn't it? 2.6?
1.6, 1.618.
Oh, 1.6, of course, yeah.
You're right about Pythagoras' constant, square root of 2, 1.414, Euler's number 2.718, and of course pi 3.141. So pi was the answer. Very well played in the Hive if you got that, because it's gotten you 26 points. Not very many players getting that one right. The 90% who did, that's going to be some big points. Let's have a look at the leaderboard at the end of that first phase. Lots of players there with 1, quite a few with 2. I imagine there might be a couple who've got 1 and 3 right. There we go. There's a few 1 and 3. And we've got a handful of the top 4 players getting all 3 in that first phase, all getting 38 points. Dogfish, Innes, Joggingchum and Tadaru currently leading. Ash, as for you, up to 90 points. A perfect opening phase. Very well played. That is the end of phase number 1. So good start. Good start for you. Up to 90 already.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to continue, but yeah, we'll see how it goes.
We will have to wait and see. Lugaroo, welcome to the stream. Great to have you with us. Of course, the questions across the phases do get harder as they go on, and we have also got that presidential question niggling at the back of your mind, which we will, of course, come back to later on, but it will be the Hive's decision to go with that and what they say. For now, Ash, let's go on to phase number 2. Back to 2 options for this first question at 50 points, and your question board is... Which of these Oscar-winning films has the shortest runtime? Which of these composers wrote the fewest symphonies? According to government data as of July 2021, which of these areas of the UK has the lowest average house price, and which of these actors has appeared in the most TV episodes of Doctor Who?
There's Doctor Who.
There it is. The quota has been fulfilled.
Okay. Let's start off with, considering that I've got the US presidents in the final phase, it could be difficult for the UK audience. Let's put do I want to put a UK question in the final phase or not? Or should we just get rid of it now and try and get an easier question in here for the final?
What are you feeling is the easiest out of those for you? Even if not necessarily for the Hive.
It's either going to be Symphony count or Doctor Who count, probably, the ones that I can answer.
Okay.
Let's start off with which of these areas of the UK has the lowest average house price?
Okay. Hive, coming to you first. There'll be two options here. See what you think. According to government data as of July 2021, which of these areas of the UK has the lowest average house price? Is it Derbyshire or North Yorkshire? And there's your time in the Hive. That's disable emote only. Derbyshire or North Yorkshire? Quizface, welcome to the stream. Thoughts?
General rule of thumb is the further north you go, the lower the average house price, or just generally the lower the average sort of cost of living is in the UK.
Okay.
But the thing is, Derbyshire and North Yorkshire are pretty close to each other. I don't know.
Are they?
Just a straight up 50-50.
You got the option of the Hive as well. You know, the trusting or mistrusting.
I don't know about the Hive. It could be, with it being such a 50-50, and we've got US and UK playing base. I don't know if they know where the counties are.
Okay.
So, I am going to answer myself.
Okay.
It's one of the ones I have to answer, and I'm just going to go with my rule of thumb: the further north you go, the lower the price. So, North Yorkshire.
We'll lock in B. North Yorkshire. Taking this question yourself. Let's see what the Hive said. Now, I've seen the data already, and let's have a look at some of these lights.
Ooh,
now, you said it was 50-50. There is a lot of green there, but
a little bit more red now.
A little bit more red.
Oh! What?
It was 50-50 in the Hive as well. 49-51%. And unfortunately, the Hive have gone the wrong way, and so have you, Ash. It was Derbyshire. Yeah, and I was a bit surprised. And actually, the RNG has been a little bit mean here because those were the two lowest options. The other options that would have been there: Cornwall, West Sussex, and the City of London.
That would have been an absolute steal in that case.
Derbyshire apparently average house price 203,099, whereas North Yorkshire 247,443. So
really? Wow.
Yeah, about 44 grand more to live in North Yorkshire on average. Cornwall was next, 267,982. Then West Sussex as my stomping ground, 356,189, and the most expensive, the City of London, at 705,051. Actually, come down by about 200,000 from 2020 to 2021.
Oh, only 200,000.
Only come down by about 200,000. Bull and Boar and Ali, welcome to the stream. Great to have you here. So, well done in the Hive. If you did give me a right answer there, you've managed to get yourself 20 points from the Hive. Unfortunately, Ash, that was a wrong answer, so you're not going to get any more points, and we're still going to be stuck at 50 points for the next question. But let's move on to that right now.
Well, I did say that it wouldn't continue, didn't I?
Yeah, you did say that. You did say that. Yeah, you're right. There was a bit of a crapshoot of a question. RNG doing its thing there. But questions out of the way now. What's it going to be next?
Let's go for Oscar-winning films with the shortest runtime.
Oscar-winning films with the shortest runtime. Over to you, Hive. 3 options are going to be displayed. Let's see what you think. Which of these Oscar-winning films has the shortest runtime? The Deer Hunter, The Godfather, or Schindler's List? And there is time. How many have we got? 37 again attempting this question in the Hive. What do you think?
What do I think? Well, the fact that I've not really watched any of these means I don't know, unfortunately. So we're definitely doing something with the Hive here.
Okay.
The question is, are the Hive good on their films in general? Have they seen these or have they not? Don't know is the answer to that one. So, let's go for a mistrust here.
We're going to mistrust the Hive.
The priority are wrong.
Okay, so we'll mistrust the Hive. First thing we'll do is we will lock in the correct answer. We'll show you what that was. The correct answer was B, The Godfather. So
okay, that feels good because that seems like the really big.
Seems like the obvious one. That's a lot of red at the start. We want plurality to be A or C. It's looking likely. Just 8% going for The Godfather. Well done, Hive, on not getting that one right. We've helped Ash to some more points there. Yes, just 8% going for The Godfather. Well done. If you did go for The Godfather in the Hive, you managed to get yourself 35 points for that question. Yeah, The Godfather, of the three, again, they were the three shortest that RNG picked there. The Godfather clocks in at 175 minutes, The Deer Hunter 183, Schindler's List 195. Other two options that weren't displayed was Lord of the Rings Return of the King, clocking in at 201, and you would have also have had Gone with the Wind, which is 238, one of the longest, if not the longest, Oscar-winning film. So good decision to mistrust the Hive there. You've got yourself some more points, and we've got one more question to face in this phase. Okay. But you've got to save one till the end, and you've got to play one now. 4 options to be displayed. You can either answer it yourself, or you can trust the Hive, and there's 60 points at stake.
Let's go for Doctor Who.
We're going to leave symphonies till later.
Yes.
Okie dokie. Hive, over to you. Which of these actors has appeared in the most TV episodes of Doctor Who? Peter Capaldi, David Tennant, William Hartnell, Patrick Troughton. And there's your time in the Hive. Danny Gambit, welcome to the stream. Great to have you here. Are you a Who fan?
New Who, yes. Old Who, not really.
Okay.
So we've got 2 from new and 2 from old.
2 from new, 2 from old. Again, RNG is on form tonight, must be said.
Yeah. Well, out of the new, I would say quite easily Tennant should be more than Capaldi has.
Okay.
10 and 12, respectively, the Doctor number. God, Hartnell and Troughton, though, God knows. Blah.
You can either trust the Hive on this, or you can answer it yourself.
I don't feel particularly confident in trusting, unfortunately, in this case.
Okay.
Just because, again, we've got the new and old Who split here. So I'm going to answer myself, and I guess, yeah, again, it's going to be a case of I know that one is greater than the other, and just hope that, in this case, I've got 2 options to play against, which just makes it harder. Yeah, I'm going to go with the only option that I know some basis of. I'm going to go with David Tennant and lock that answer in.
Okay, we'll lock in. We're going to play yourself?
Yeah, we are.
We will lock in B, David Tennant. And let's go and have a look at what our 37 players in the Hive thought of this. It's quite a lot of red.
Worries me.
Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Wrong decision. C, William Hartnell. Just 16% of the Hive. And yes, the Hive, we're in agreement with you, David Tennant, was of the new Who Doctors that were up there. The other option that didn't turn up was Matt Smith. David Tennant had 113, Matt Smith 101, Peter Capaldi 89. So David Tennant was the most of the new Who options. Here's the thing. There was an into this question, and Shapes has just hit the money on the nose in the chat. the old Doctor Who episodes were significantly shorter. They were about 20 minutes each, whereas the new ones are about 45. So the count for Patrick Troughton was 132 and William Hartnell 134. And I will caveat this question by saying the New Era episode count in this analysis, the analysis that I've used, has actually been artificially inflated to account for the fact that New Era episodes are double the length of the Classic Era or 3 times as long for specials. So David Tennant wasn't actually 113, it was more like 50, 60 odd. But this analysis actually artificially expanded the New Who Doctor counts to make it comparable. However, even with that having been done, the data still holds up with William Hartnell having the most individual episodes, 2 more than Patrick Troughton, with 134 for Hartnell, 132 for Troughton. So, yeah, a bit of a thinky round the houses sort of question there, but unfortunately not gone for the right answer there. Hive, well done if you did give me William Hartnell. You've managed to get yourself another 32 points off that question. Let's go take a look at your performance on that round. Quite a few striking out on this one. There's a few grabbing the first question. A lot grabbing the first question. There's a few getting the third and the second. And it's Dogfish who only managed to get the second question in that round, but does take the lead with 73 points. Pokernuts and Neki Grammar are currently tied in second, thanks to a good performance on question 2 and 3 there with 68 each. And we've got 3 players on 64, Cycle Space, Joe and Lupine. Ash, as for you, at the end of phase 2, you've netted 140 points. Bit of a trickier round there, but you've still got some money in the bank. Let's end that round, that phase. Call them rounds, not phases. 140, not bad. So a couple of stumbling blocks there for you. How are you feeling?
Not too bad after that, actually. That was it was a reasonable round, and but we'll see if we can pick things up in phase 3.
Yeah, so we sort of reached the midpoint of the main game here. 140 is a good score, and of course that is you do have an underwritten score for the number of questions you've got right, which I think is 4. So we'll underwrite you for at least 40 pennies so far, no matter what happens in the end game, which is a nice position to be in. But we want to give you a lot more than that. You've got a question on composers coming later and a question on presidents, but of course you won't have to answer those. You'll just have to think, how does the Hive play with them? For now, we'll get back to the final questions a bit later on. For now, we're going to go on to phase number 3. 60 points available per question. We'll start with 2 options, and your board is: which of these Olympic records covers the greatest distance? Across all platforms, which of these video games has sold the most copies? Which of these FTSE 100 companies was founded earliest? And one of the weirder questions I've researched, according to the Eat First Meat Price Index, which of these meats is the most expensive in the UK?
Bloody hell.
So you're going off the beaten track a little bit here.
Yeah, just a bit. Okay. Let's start off with. Well, I want to leave an easy one for the final phase this time.
Okay.
Which
is easy out of these?
I'm so confused by it. All right, okay. Let's dive into the FTSE 100 companies.
Okay, 2 options. Hive, you're going to be on first. See what you think. Which of these FTSE 100 companies was founded earliest? BT Group PLC or Rio Tinto Group? Quite a bit of activity there in the Hive. That's your time up. 38 players answering in the Hive. That must be the highest we've seen this game. Any thoughts? Any strong thoughts on that, Ash?
Well, BT, presumably British Telecoms. They've been around for who knows how long now, goodness me. I have no idea what the Rio Tinto Group is. Never heard of that name.
You don't come across it.
Never come across it before. I'm not into the FTSE 100 dealings or global companies, things like that. So I don't know what industry they work in at all.
I can tell you that Rio Tinto Group is an Anglo-Australian multinational, the world's second largest metals and mining corporation.
Mining.
Producing iron ore, copper, diamonds, gold and uranium.
Interesting. Well, that's what we... Oh, that's interesting, because that will then date that many hundreds of years back, maybe.
But do the Hive know that? That is the question.
Yeah.
But of course, you don't have to use the Hive at this point. You could answer it yourself. And me giving you all this extra information. You were quite right about BT. BT
of course,
is...
telecoms are around, that time.
Again,
Why did you give me that info?
RNG done it. I will say that these are not the two lowest options that RNG has picked. It's picked the lowest and the middle of 5, so 1 and 3.
Okay. Because I feel that British Telecoms may be a slightly newer company. I don't know if if there was other telecoms companies before it was an amalgamated British Telecoms. I feel that was probably the later then, if Rio Tinto is all about mining and things like that. So, do I want to answer or do I?
We're back to we're on to the second playthrough of the loop now. That's fine. It's completely fine. It's a
for a loop on this one.
Difficult decision to make.
I'm going to. Mistrust them. I almost about to say mob then.
Wrong game, yeah. To be fair, Natter was doing that the first time we ran as well.
That's the except we do trust instead.
That's yours.
Hive.
You're going to mistrust the Hive.
On the basis that quite a few probably didn't know who Rio Tinto Group are until after you gave the information. So instinctively they would have answered BT Group because they do know that one.
And you think BT is wrong?
I feel that BT's probably slightly later than Rio Tinto.
So let me just get my ducks in a row here. You think more people would not have heard of Rio Tinto and therefore would have gone for BT, which you think is the wrong answer, so therefore mistrusting is the best thing to do?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, that seems to scare. Sure,
I'm answering, but not answering.
Answering, but not answering. We're going to mistrust the Hive.
Yeah, let's mistrust. Let's see what happens.
Okay, first of all, the correct answer is... BT Group. BT Group is the correct answer. So we're hoping plurality is with Rio Tinto. Let's have a look. Count the lights.
Oh no.
It's because the green glows. It's so difficult to tell.
Oh!
Good decision. Good decision to mistrust the Hive. Very, very close again. 53% going for Rio Tinto. Rio Tinto was 1873. BT was as early as 1846. Other options that would have come up would have been J. Sainsbury, 1869, BP PLC, 1909, and one which would have made this whole thing probably a lot easier, Aviva PLC, which was 2000. Make things a little easier, perhaps, but RNG's making you work for it tonight.
So, in this case, I did the right thing for all the wrong reasons.
Absolutely, and that, hey, they all count, right?
Absolutely.
Well done to the hang on, what was the right answer? A. Well done for the 47% of people who gave me A. 21 points going to you. Ash, you have mistrusted the Hive there, so you've still got to answer one yourself, and you've also got the option to trust. Let's go back to the question board.
Okay.
70 points now available, 3 options to be shown. Where you go next?
I'm so intrigued. Let's go with the meat price index.
Okay, we're going to check out the meat price index. Hive, over to you. According to the Eat First Meat Price Index, which of these meats is the most expensive in the UK? Lamb chop, chicken breast, pork sausage. And there we go, the Hive has locked. 38 answering again. So what are you thinking here? Do you eat a lot of meat?
Yeah, I do eat a lot of meats, yeah.
Do you buy a lot of meat?
I don't, but what I do is I eat a lot of Indian food, and generally in the order
I'm glad that you've qualified that Indian food. Just don't eat a lot of Indians.
Yeah, obviously. And generally on the menus that I order from, lamb blah, so like lamb boona or something like that, is generally the more expensive of the meat options available. Obviously, they don't have pork sausage as an option generally in many
sausage
Indian
curry, sausage tikka masala. Beer me up there. Ardenfex, welcome to the stream. Good to have you.
But out of those, I probably would say lamb chop is the most expensive. Now, I'm aware of the fact that pork sausage would have some sort of procedure to encase the sausages, whereas chicken breast is just, cut the breast off and that's about it. And similarly with lamb chop, you just cut the chop off and that's it. But based off of the my thinking of the Indian restaurant pricing, I would go lamb chop as the most expensive up here.
Do you want to play yourself?
I'm going to play it myself, yeah. We'll go lamb chop.
Okay, let's lock in lamb chop. And of our 38 players in the Hive, let's see how they fared.
Ooh.
Quite a bit of green going on here.
Yeah.
Does that bode well for you? Yes, it does. 87%, very well done. Lamb chop, which apparently, according to the meat price index, is £11.65. I don't know if this is per kilo or per portion. I actually couldn't find it on
kilo at that price. Good to see.
At £11.65 for lamb chop. The other options that didn't turn up: beef leg round, which would have been second, £8.02, and chicken leg, which would have been bottom, £2.34. Chicken breast clocks in at £6.78, and pork sausage £5.02. Sausage meat is generally quite cheap. Well done to the 87% of the Hive who gave me a right answer there. 6 points awarded for that question. And Ash, we've got one more question to go in this phase. 80 points if you can give me a right answer. 4 options will be displayed. What are you going to look at, and what are you going to leave to later?
So I'm going to leave the Olympic records to the final phase. I feel that there should be a good number of people in the Hive that know their way around Olympic sport.
Okay.
I mean, we keep coming back to old time, and we've just had Olympic winters. So yeah.
Yeah.
We'll find the video games now.
Okay, we'll take a look at video games. Hive, over to you. 4 options to be displayed across all platforms. Which of these video games has sold the most copies? Wii Sports Resort, Red Dead Redemption 2, The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, or Grand Theft Auto San Andreas? And there's your time up in the Hive. I'll give you your chat back. 36 players attempting this one in the Hive. Obviously, you make computer games.
Yeah.
But I know you've gone on record as saying you don't play a huge amount of computer games. What's your immediate thinking on this? Bear in mind, you can either trust the Hive or you can take it on yourself.
Yeah, so there is a bit of a trap at the very least with Wii Sports Resort. Now, if you knocked the resort off the end, then that would be the Wii Sports on its own is the obvious answer, because that was bundled in from pretty much every Wii, so it technically sold in that kind of context.
Okay.
But it has the word resort on the end, which means it's a different game and is not the one in question. But it is on a platform where such games like Wii Sports Resort would sell very well. Red Dead Redemption 2, Witcher 3, and Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. They're all much. I mean, Witcher 3 is a big one. It's a very big one recently. And, I mean, Red Dead Redemption 2 as well, fairly so. But, it's a problem because, yeah, Wii Sports Resort is, exclusively on the Wii, as it were, but would have sold well on the Wii. GTA San Andreas is another good one. I worry because I don't want to trust, because I have a feeling people may have missed the resort part.
Okay, so we're thinking...
would have gone with that little trivia nugget of, Wii Sports was, sold most of all time because it was bundled. So I don't think they're going to go for that, and they'll go for something else, but... I don't know. I really don't know.
So is it sort of almost flip a 3-sided coin territory?
Kinda.
What are you going to go for? What are you going to do?
I am going to go for answering myself.
Okay.
GTA is such a big thing. It's not GTA 5 though, that would be even bigger. I'm going to go GTA San Andreas. I have a feeling that might be big enough, but I don't know.
Okay, we'll lock in D.
Yeah.
GTA Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Let's lock it in. Oh, let's focus on the right window and then lock it in. Let's go over to the Hive. 36 players attempted it. Let's see who was right and who was wrong.
Yeah, a lot of red.
A lot of red going in here. Although quite a few...
RDR.
It was Red Dead Redemption 2.
Wow.
And I am... Actually, I was about to say those colours don't look right. There's not anything close to half of them being green. And then I remembered that D was the wrong answer. So that's actually correct. Yeah, so Red Dead Redemption 2. No, I don't want to turn on carrot browsing. It was a mistaken button press. The one option that didn't show up there, which might have put a cat among the pigeons, was Call of Duty Black Ops, which was actually the lowest selling out of all of them, 26.2 million.
Yeah.
The one that you went for in the majority, not just the plurality, but the majority of the Hive, GTA San Andreas, only, I say only, sold 27.5 million and was the lowest of the ones on the board. Wii Sports Resort, 33.14 million. And as you pointed out, the original Wii Sports has sold 82.9 million copies, but it is a distinct game from Wii Sports Resort and is thus counted separately. The best selling of all time, I believe, is still Minecraft, with 40 trillion copies sold, approximately.
I suppose, yeah, there was the Wii Sports one is probably exclusively to one platform, whereas Minecraft's on every platform.
Minecraft's on everything in the world. The Witcher at 3 clocking in at 30 million, but it was Red Dead Redemption 2 by quite a long way, actually. 43 million copies sold of RDR2. So, so trusting the Hive wouldn't have got you out of a pickle there. That might have been a nice one to mistrust the Hive on, perhaps, but as it happens, you've gone for the wrong answer there. Well done to the 14% of you who did give me the right answer, Red Dead Redemption 2. 32 points to you for that. Let's take a look at the... Oh, for God's sake, focus on the right window. Stop opening new tabs. I have a mini heart attack every time something flashes up there because I've pressed the stream deck. Let's take a look at the leaderboard after Phase 3. Those are your scores and those are your performances as at the end of that phase. DVD Smith managing to get all 3, and I think the only player in this phase to get all 3 right. Very well played. Only in 7th place there, though. It's still quite impressive, but still a bit of work to do. Jogging Chummer Tadaru currently tying up 3rd with 85. Naked Grandma currently second with 89. Joe currently with the lead of 102. Very nice there, Joe. Question 2 and 3 correct, so maximising your points out on that one. Bash, that is the end of phase number 3. And you are up to 270 points so far, which is pretty good going. You've got a question on composers, a question on presidents, and a question on Olympic records to test the Hive with, plus one mystery question that we won't find out about until we get there. So 270 is a good position to be in with one phase to go. Obviously the questions get harder. How are you feeling going into phase 4?
Yeah, I'm feeling all right after that. I'm kind of surprised by RDR2, but I don't actively follow the charts to games. I just make them instead and hope for the best.
Happy with that. Well, let's go to phase number 4 and take a look at your final board. And Nata, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Let's go to phase 4. 80 points for the first one you get right. 2 options on this first question, and your board is: which of these artists released their debut album earliest? Which of these works consists of the highest verse count? Which of these empires was founded earliest? Which of these stadiums has the largest capacity?
Lovely. These are really lovely questions.
Thank you very much. Even though you're being sarcastic, I will take it.
I'm not going to say anything about the answers yet, but I can say that they're certainly questions.
They are. That they are.
Right. Let's start off with... let's start off with the top, yeah. Artists released their debut album earliest.
Okay. Hive, over to you. 2 options to show. Which of these artists released their debut album earliest? The Beach Boys or the Rolling Stones? But better late than never to activate emote only mode, I suppose. 39. We're getting close to 40 players in the Hive. So, music. This is somewhat your wheelhouse. Any strong thoughts
You
on this?
say that it's popular music, which is not really my wheelhouse. These are very close together, aren't they? These two.
Well, it would be Phase 4 if they weren't, would it? Come on.
I mean, you wouldn't have gone crazy as like within months of each other. Now
we'll put One Direction and Howlin' Wolf up there together. And
yeah, if you could. No, thank you.
For what it's worth, out of the options, they are not the closest to.
Okay, interesting. For some reason, I always seem to place Beach Boys earlier in the timeline of music in comparison to the Rolling Stones, but I don't know if that is true or not. Because let's talking about the debut album, could be different to their debut single as well. Question is, do the Hive know their music? Do they know it better than I do? They probably do, is the answer to that question.
Okay.
Do I want to use a trust, or do I want to keep it?
Bear in mind only two options, so possibly statistically the most advantageous time to use trust, because of course mistrust, if the Hive are wrong, you've got more outs, I suppose.
Yeah, based on that, I think I will trust here, yeah.
We're going to trust the Hive?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, let's lock in the correct answer first of all, which is the Beach Boys. The Beach Boys released before the Rolling Stones, so now we want to see lots of green from the Hive. Let's see what they can do. That's a good start.
A lot.
Oh, a few more reds creeping in. Not enough though. Nicely done. Good decision to trust the Hive. 62% going for the Beach Boys, 38% for the Rolling Stones. So yeah, Beach Boys' debut album. Do you know what it was?
Not a clue.
It was Surfing Safari. October 1962. The Rolling Stones' debut album, self-titled, just called The Rolling Stones, April 1964. Other options that didn't come up, Please Please Me by the Beatles, which would have been in between March 63. The Kinks' debut album, which was simply called Kinks, was October 64. And the other option that would have been there, the latest one, was the Monkees' debut album, simply called the Monkees, October 1966. So I was determined to find a band that released before the Beatles, because the Beatles is just such an obvious answer. So I found the Beach Boys did actually release their debut album before the Beatles did. So a good play to trust the Hive, and well done in the Hive if you're among the 62% who got that. 16 points to you. Back to the phase board. 90 points now available per question, or for the next question you get right. 3 options to be displayed. Where are we going next?
Okay, let's go for stadiums with the largest capacity.
Stadiums. 3 options for you, Hive, and let's see what you think. Which of these stadiums has the largest capacity? Twickenham, Principality Stadium, Elland Road. And Lingomaniac, welcome to the stream. Now, obviously, in line with your video game thing, I know you do a lot of sporty sort of games.
Yeah.
Do any of these stadiums ring a bell?
Well, Twickenham certainly does, because we have a stadium that certainly takes its inspiration from Twickenham Stadium. Principality Stadium, is that the one that used to be called Millennium Stadium?
I can confirm it is, yes.
Okay, so that's right. Okay, Elland Road. Don't think that is that big.
You know where it is?
I should know. Well,
you definitely should. It's up in your neck of the woods.
It's Leeds, isn't it?
It is. It's Leeds United, yeah. Sorry, I need to. Sorry, chap. You can chat again now. So the mere silence just censor you all.
I know that Twickenham is bloody massive, but I don't. Is that the one that is 100,000, or am I thinking of a different stadium that's 100,000 in capacity? Because I know that we've had one on an episode of Relativity. I want to say it was where we did say about seating capacities.
It's a good one it's a good sort of question for Relativity.
It very much is.
Bear in mind, I will just add at this point, if you choose to mistrust the Hive on this one, you must answer the next question yourself.
Indeed. I think I will answer myself because I've certainly got a good feeling that Ellen Road is not the biggest. So it's between Twickenham and Principality, and I feel it's Twickenham that is slightly larger. So I'll go Twickenham on that one. Yeah,
Okay, let's lock Twickenham in. If I focus on the right window. Twickenham locked in. Let's see how the Hive answered. Green if you're right, red if you're not. It's quite a lot of green for this stage of the game. Were they in agreement with you? They were, and it was the right answer. Twickenham, well played. Again, very close. Yes, the to be fair, it's quite close between the Principality, formerly the Millennium Stadium, 78,000, Twickenham, 82,000.
Not the one I was thinking of.
Is not the one you're thinking of. Ah.
No, well, I'm sure there was one that came up on Relativity that said it's 100,000 seating capacity. I guess it's not those ones.
I toyed with putting Wembley in, which I think is close to 100,000.
Oh, maybe.
Which may have been that, but I thought at Phase 4 that's a little bit of a gimme. You're right about Ellen Road, the lowest count of the 5, 37,792. The other two that could have added some interest to the mix, Hampton Park, clocking in at 51,866, and Old Trafford 74,140, the third highest. Twickenham and Principality were 1 and 2, but 45% of the Hive getting that one right, 22 points if you did, and well done to you, Ash, on making the right decision there, Twickenham. Let's go back to your board for your final question before the final phase. 100 points if you can give me a right answer, but you will get 4 options, and the one that you don't play will roll into the final phase. What's it going to be?
Yes. So what I'm going to do is leave Empires for the final phase, I think, because I'm feeling that people have a decent knowledge on historical knowledge like that. I certainly don't. And we'll go with, we're playing now works consisting of the Hive verse count.
Let's take a look then. And Hive, over to you. Which of these works consists of the highest verse count? The Quran, the Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner, the Rig Veda, the King James Bible. And there's your time in the Hive. I'm glad it's left off the one that I couldn't pronounce, which I will tell you in just a moment. 40 players. We have got up to 40 players answering in the Hive, so that's going to be a good survey, whichever way it goes. Any strong feelings on this?
The only strong feeling is that I was expecting Bible to be up in the list somewhere. That was the only strong feeling I had. But alongside Quran and the Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner and the Rig Veda, oh my god. The thing is, I'm glad I've got the mistrust still there, because I have a feeling there might be a bit of a split opinion here in the Hive, and that might be to my advantage. So the fact that I don't know it is good in that case. So yeah, without any hesitation, I'm going to mistrust the Hive.
Okay. If you, just out of idle curiosity, if you were going to play, what would you play?
I'd probably go Quran, actually.
Okay. We'll lock in the correct answer, which is... It is the King James Bible.
Oh, it is the Bible, okay.
By quite a long way, actually. But let's see how the Hive got on. We want to see lots of red now.
Uh-oh.
There's quite a lot of green.
Reds.
Oh, that's a lot of green. It's not a majority, but it is a plurality. Yes, well done, Hive. If you gave me King James Bible, 48% of you give me the right answer, and 22 points to you. Yeah, King James Bible, it's massive, mate. 31,102 verses. The next highest on the list was the Rig Veda at just 10,552. The Quran clocks in at 6,238, and the Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner, one of those epic poems, only 143 verses, though. So quite significantly lower than the others. The Dhammapada was the other one that might have come up, which I think is a Sikh holy book. Forgive me if I'm Sikh or Buddhist, one of them. Oh, actually, no, now I've said that, I think it might be Buddhist, which clocks in at 423. So yeah, bad decision to mistrust the Hive. The Hive did have it there, 48% of them. But that is the way it goes sometimes. We're denied those 100 points. But at the end of phase 4, we can go and take a look at the leaderboard. You're up to 440 points. Those are that's our Hive Mind scores. A big mixture of answers coming in here. And up at the top end, we've got Colorblind LVB getting all 3, Brand New Halo getting all 3, Shapes, AB Me, Lupine, and Dogfish all finding all 3 here. Dogfish currently with the lead, 139, Lupine with 130 in second, and Jogging Chum in third with 123. And at the end of phase 4, Ash, you've managed to bank 440 points. So not a bad day in the Hive, all told. Not a bad day. So, you know how the final works, though, now?
Yeah.
And so you've earned those
I have watched the VOD, so I do know how it works.
Good. Well, you've earned those 440. Oh yes, because you had to go before you saw the final. Well, glad that you've seen the VOD, but I will still explain it for those who haven't seen it before. You've got 440 points, but can you keep them? Let's go to the final phase. So, those 440 points have been split into even piles, 44, 66, 110 and 220. That should add up to exactly 440. Because you have had a terrific day and we don't want you to go over with absolutely nothing, we will underwrite your score, giving you 10 points for every correct answer that you gave along the way in the 4 phases, which sets your base at 80, which means you gave me 8 out of 12 correct. So no matter what else happens, you're going to go away with 80 pennies tonight.
Yes.
As for how you could potentially earn that other 440, what's going to happen now is it's all over to the Hive, and you have to make a decision about how much the Hive knows relative to the other questions. So the 4 questions we didn't see have been randomised and shuffled, and there's one more been added that we haven't seen that we will see first. For all of these questions, the Hive will be presented with 5 options, and after the first question, which will set the benchmark, if you like, you will have to decide where the correct answer percentage lies on the timeline of percentages answered. So if, for example, in this first question, 50% give me the right answer, the foundation, the benchmark is set at 50%. For the next question, you have to decide whether more or less than 50% gave me the right answer. And then we build from there. It gets harder as it goes on, which is why you get more points along the way. Generally happy with the rules?
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to answer any questions yourself, and an added tweak that I've now made to it, I can't remember if it was in the last time we played, you will get to see the correct answer before you make a decision. So you might think, I think the Hive are going to go with this, and then it might throw you through a loop a little bit when actually the correct answer is revealed. I think, actually, I don't think the Hive would have thought that. That's going to change my thinking. So hopefully that will be of some use to you. So, all over to the Hive now, and Ash, all you can do is best guess them. If you're playing in the Hive, same scoring system applies. You get a point for every player who gets it wrong, plus 1. Good luck. The first question of the final phase that no one yet has seen. Hive, over to you. Which of these radioactive nucleids has the shortest half-life? Radon 199, Sodium 26, Carbon 16, Radon 200 or Plutonium 228? Right, before we see the Hive result, Ash, is that an easy or a hard question to start off?
It's a hard one, and the only one I would have had any inkling on was Carbon 14, which is usually for carbon dating, but not for Carbon 16. I don't know that one.
Okay, well, 41 players in the Hive have attempted it. Are you expecting to see a fully split down the middle sort of thing here?
I really... maybe a slight skew on plutonium, at a guess.
Okay, well, let's reveal the correct answer first of all. Actually, Radon 199. Radon 199 has a half-life of 0.62 seconds. Carbon 16, 0.747. Radon 200, 0.96. Sodium 26, 1.077. And Plutonium 228, the longest half-life of those at their 1.1 seconds. Deliberately engineered to be a hard question in that particular instance, so it gives you something of a benchmark to work with. Let's have a look. How many of the Hive answered that correctly? 14.6%, and if you were one of those 14.6%, you would have gotten yourself 36 points. Very nicely done. So, nice low benchmark. Maybe that makes it easier, maybe that makes it harder. We'll have to wait and see. The remaining questions that we have now seen will have been shuffled and the order randomised. So, from here on, Ash, is where you have to start making some decisions. First of all, though, over to the Hive. Your second final phase question is: which of these composers wrote the fewest symphonies? There will be 5 options. Richard Wagner, Piotr Ilyich Tchaikovsky, Johannes Brahms, Gustav Mahler, Ralph Vaughan Williams. I hate Vaughan Williams. Fucking hell. Sorry, goodness me. So I've driven nearly 300 miles in the last sort of 48 hours. Every time I flicked over, because I have 4 radio stations on quick buttons. I have Greatest Hits Radio, Classic FM, Radio 3 and Radio 4. Every time I flicked over to Classic FM, it was like, and now we're going to hear from your favourite composer in the Hall of Fame, Ralph Vaughan Williams. I was like, oh, no, don't put on anything else. I have a lot of sympathy with the composer or the conductor who said that Ralph Vaughan Williams is... I can't remember what it was. I think it was 5 variants on Dives and Lazarus who said, that is the musical equivalent of staring at a cow for 40 minutes. Which I have time for that sort of analogy. Honestly. He writes some good hymn tunes, Luguru. I will give you that. Some of the hymn tunes he's written are fine, but his orchestral... I said, oh, bloody, I changed the chat. Anyway. That's not the point. That's not the point here. The point of it is, you've got 44 pennies potentially at stake here. Mm-hmm. Can you name the number of symphonies that these composers wrote?
No, I can't.
Okay, none of them at all.
Unfortunately, not hot on my classical or Renaissance kind of music, so no.
Okay. If you were playing this blind, what would you say?
Blind, I'd probably go Mahler.
You'd say Mahler, okay. Well, first of all, let's reveal the correct answer. It's actually Wagner.
Okay.
Now, does that influence your decision at all as to what the Hive might have gone for?
Not particularly so.
Well, fortunately, at this stage of the phase, it is a simple higher or lower. 14.6% is your benchmark. Do you think more or fewer knew that answer?
Okay, so if we go along with the meta of it's never Tchaikovsky, means it's actually a 1 in 4 choice, which on average would be 25%. So I will say that more than 14.6% of the Hive got that right. So I would like to say B.
We'll lock in B. Let's see, was that the right decision? But only just, goodness me, 15%. Only just higher. That is giving you a very, very narrow margin in the middle there. You have to be extremely unfortunate to hit in that gap. So you're basically, once again, looking at an almost higher or lower on the next question. So that's actually good for you right there. Up to 124 pennies in your take-home bank. Yeah, so Richard Wagner just wrote the 1. As you quite rightly pointed out, Tchaikovsky is never the right answer. But although it wasn't abandoned. There was 17% went for Tchaikovsky, in spite of it. Wagner wrote 1, Brahms wrote 4, Tchaikovsky wrote 6, Vaughan Williams wrote 9 for Our Sins, and Mahler wrote 10. So, Mahler actually the most prolific of the symphonic writers there. But well done if you were among the 15% of the Hive who gave me Richard Wagner. You've got yourself 35 points. And Hive, you're going to have to answer another question. Let's go to the next. So with 66 pennies for you, Bash, which of these Olympic records covers the greatest distance? Women's javelin throw, women's triple jump, women's shot put, men's discus throw, men's long jump. There's your time in the Hive. Survey of 37 on this one, Ash. So how is... You wanted to leave this one, you thought the Hive might have a better bet at this one. What are you thinking?
Certainly the lowest 3 would be the men's long jump, then the women's triple jump, then the women's shot put. You're left then with the other 2 throwing disciplines of javelin and discus. That's going to be a problem. Javelin would generally be longer distance, but you thrown in the curveball of women's versus men's as well. I'm going to say it is the javelin that's still the longest distance out for these.
Okay, let's take a look and see, is javelin throw the correct answer? Women's javelin throw is the correct answer, covering the Olympic record, not the world record, but the Olympic record for women's javelin throw is 71.53 metres. And you were quite right to compare it to the men's discus throw, slightly shorter, coming in at 69.89 metres. So just under 2 metres fewer. But javelin throw was the correct answer. So bearing that in mind, fewer than 14.6%, between 14.6 and 15, or more than 15?
It's got to be more than 15. I would imagine most would have had it down to a 50-50 like I did between javelin and discus. So should be looking at around 50%, maybe slightly higher. So I feel pretty happy with going C here.
All right, we'll lock in C. Was that the right decision? Definitely was. Another 66 pennies going onto your jackpot. 56.8%. Yes, you were right. Slightly higher than 50%. 37% going for men's discus throw and 5% going for shot put. No answers on the triple jump or the long jump. You're up to 190. Men's shot put 22.41. Women's triple jump 15.67. And men's long jump 8.9. 17 points if you did give me a correct answer in the Hive there. So that's good for you, Ash. You've got up to 190 points now. But that is going to make it a little more interesting as we come to the final 2 questions.
Yes.
Hive, coming back over to you now. Take a look at this. Aha! Which of these empires was founded earliest? The Ottoman Empire, the British Empire, the Great Qing Dynasty, the Mongol Empire, or the Spanish Empire? I really like this question, I have to say, and it was the third last question, the antepenultimate question that I wrote of the pack, and I was really pleased that I stumbled onto this. 38 players in the Hive have attempted. Ash, you're playing for 110 pennies on this particular question, which would take your total up to 300 if you can make the right decision. So, first of all, what do you think is the correct answer?
I don't really do history a great deal, but I would have probably said Mongol Empire out of those if I was just to punt an answer.
Okay. Let's reveal, is the Mongol Empire the correct answer? It is. So now the question is, that's confirmed what you thought, but do the Hive think as you do?
It's a good question. There'll certainly be more knowledgeable folks out there that will have a definite certainty on the answer. The question is, are they going to mix it up with potentially Ottoman or Qing Dynasty? Those are the other 2 answers I'm kind of thinking might be alternates that players have given.
Where do you think it's likely to lie on the timeline? More than 56.8?
Yeah.
Between
that's
15 and 56?
It's either side of that I'm worried about.
So you're sort of leaning towards C and D at the moment?
Yes, that's where I'm leaning right now for this. I am going to say that Hive answered between 15 and 56.8, so I'll go with C.
You're going C?
Yeah.
Alright, let's lock in C and C. If that was the right decision. Good decision there. 110 pennies added to your jackpot. And well done if you were among the 42.1% in the Hive who gave me that answer. 23 points to you. Yeah, just under half going for that one. 50% went for the Great Qing Dynasty, which is actually the most recently founded. The Great Qing Dynasty 1636, which is the last of the great Chinese empires. The British Empire is a bit hard to nail down exactly, but the source I had was around 1497. Which is when I think that was when the royal house that established the British Empire was first founded, 1497. Spanish Empire 1492, Ottoman 1299, and the Mongol was the earliest, 1206. 42% of the Hive knowing that one, and a good punt there, Ash. There is one more question. There are 220 pennies at stake. You could be leaving us with 520 pennies this evening, which would, I think, give you top of the leaderboard. If you can give me the right answer to this final question. But of course, there are going to be a choice of 5, both for you and, first of all, for the Hive, for the final question of the game. Which of these US presidents held office for the shortest time? Millard Fillmore, Donald Trump, Richard Nixon, George Washington, Franklin D. Roosevelt. There's your time in the Hive. 37 attempting this final question here, Ash. How's your presidential knowledge?
It extends as far as Donald Trump had one term.
Right.
Basically, really, and these are names.
They certainly are names. I can confirm they were all president.
And Watergate is also up there as a potential thing.
Watergate is also a thing, yes. That was...
so that would
Nixon.
mean a truncated term in that regard. But
Was it first or second term is the question.
yeah, that's the thing, and I don't know that. I actually don't know that. And of course, yeah, there are other truncated term situations potentially as well. If I were to answer, I'd probably go Nixon, but with no certainty at all.
Well, if you'd gone Nixon, you would certainly have been wrong in the Hive. The correct answer was Millard Fillmore. 969 days. Nice. For Millard Fillmore. Donald Trump, 1,461 days. And I put not nice, because that was next on the list. Nixon, 2027. Watergate occurred during his second term. Washington, 2,865 days, of course, the first president. And Franklin D. Roosevelt was the president for I think he was the one in the Second World War, and he had 2.5 terms. It was sort of an unusual thing. So Franklin D. Roosevelt, the longest, 4,422 days. So 37 players answered this in the Hive. Where does the correct quota of answers fall on our timeline?
So I feel that the Hive are better than 15%. I do feel that they're better than that.
So we're down to C, D, and E.
Yeah. I also believe that they're not as good as 56.8%.
So we're down to C and D.
That's basically, when I was running into this question, my mind was sort of immediately jumping to C as the go-to, because it's the widest of the gap. And it also feels about right as the potential. Certainly with name Millard Fillmore as well. It means it's going to be on the lower end, because I don't think many people know much about Millard Fillmore versus these other presidential names that are far more well.
One more thing to consider, though, is what will the Hive have immediately ruled out? So how many people are punting between 2 or maybe 3 answers? So if people know that Franklin D. Roosevelt was the epic long president, then that's one that can be immediately ruled out, perhaps, which might skew your percentages a little more. Just something to bear in mind.
Yeah, I'm certainly thinking that most probably have not gone for Trump because they know it's one term, and that seemed like such a gimme answer if it was just a term, a full one term as an answer.
Yeah.
So that would leave it to 4 answers, which would be an average of 25%, which would then place that at C. But I feel that it's slightly better than 25% of the audience, but not as good as 42.1. So I'm going to plump and say the Hive answered in the C range.
Okay, we'll lock in C. Let's see, again, if that was the right decision. Oh, how close! 1.1% out, and it probably came down to a single person. One person getting that right. If they hadn't, you'd have been spot on. But, Bash, that is really upsetting. Well done to the Hive if you were among the 43.2%, getting yourself 22 points at the end. But yes, that's what it came down to. Out of the 37 players, it came down to one person. So
Hey,
close.
I love this game. It had 3 very, very close responses like that. I love
Very
it.
close. Yes. Let's just take a little look at the final leaderboard. Those you scores and how you played on that one. Nata getting 3 out of 5 on that final round there. Lingo getting a different 3 out of 5. Quizzle managing to find 4. Very nice indeed. And getting up towards the top end. No one finding all 5, but brand new Halo, our winner, finding 4 in the final round, 1, 2, 3, and 5, and finishing with the gold medal, 220 points. And in the lobby, all of your points will be converted into pennies, and the top 3, it should now automate both the author, that's me, and the gold, silver, bronze, so I don't need to do anything with the app. It won't show on the website yet because I haven't updated the online app, but that is on the to-do list. Brand new Halo taking the gold with 220, Dogfish picking up the silver with 201, and Shapes taking the bronze with 188. What I love about this leaderboard is that it is so variable. It changes so much that it's lovely to see. Ash, as for you, you finished the game with 300 points. I can't remember if that is more than Jack got in game number 2, but it will certainly be a place on the leaderboard and 300 pennies added to your total. Great game. Shame about that last question, but you played an absolute blinder of a game there. Did you enjoy it?
Oh, definitely. That was a lot of fun.
Excellent. So we like to hear. We shall play this game more. I think. Ash, it's always a joy to have you here. So thank you very much for coming to play the Hive. We will talk to you a little bit later on, of course, when we have hosts in the arena later on this evening after the Abyss. But for now, I shall let you head back to either the public chat or back to your own thoughts, and you can carry on quietly from the wings. A pleasure to have you here, and 300 pennies. Very well played.
Catch you later. See ya.
See you later. So, at the end of the Hive game, and it is quite a long game. I know people are talking about the pacing, but I was just keeping half an eye on the view counter throughout and on the players answering in the Hive, and clearly there's people still engaged because we're getting close to 40 players playing at the end, and the view counter has been up around the sort of, it's actually crept up throughout the stream, which is good to see. So, I know it is a bit of a long game, but hopefully it's a fun game. And Colorblind LVB, thank you very much for that follow. Welcome to the fam. More interactive trivia to come, so do stick around for that. All of those medals and points and pennies will be added on automatically when the credits roll. But don't go away, because after this very short break, we are going to be having even more interactive quiz trivia, and we are going to be entering the slightly quietly nihilistic arena of the Abyss, where we've got a combination of question packs from Mark, J White, and Apodo. I do hope that you'll join me for that. It's been terrific fun playing the Hive. I hope you enjoyed the questions as well. Thank you for playing. Well done to Ash and to Halo, Dogfish, and Shaped. Stay right there. We'll be back after the break. And don't go away, because after this break, I'm going to press the bonus button, ad break 10 pennies if you type in ad break 66 right now. After this break, we will be playing the Abyss. Should be a lot of fun, more interactive Twitch quizzing for you. Quizzing trivia, quick words. Do stick around, we will be back very shortly. And welcome Riff Raccoon to the stream. Welcome to the Abyss, and very many thanks to David for those 3 gifted subs going out to Tadaru, Dogfish and Riff Raccoon, and to Brand New Halo for subscribing for 13 months. And that's just what we needed to lighten the mood from the nihilistic quietness of the Abyss. A little bit of red herring sting and some risky business things over the top. Thank you very much, both of you, for your generosity. And welcome to our new subscribers. Hope you are enjoying the evening. It is time for the Abyss. And we have got a treat for you tonight. 5 question packs from a total of 3 authors: Mark, J White and Apodo. 2 from Mark, 2 from Apodo, and the 1 from J White. So, can you survive the Abyss? That is the question. It's a tough game. It's a game of endurance, and it's a game that blissfully lasts a fixed amount of time once I press the go button, because it all auto runs. So Savannah, most welcome. Yeah, thank you very much indeed, David. Do appreciate the support. If you want to play the Abyss, this is not like the Hive. This is a game where you do have to join right at the start. If you want to take part, you have to join this lobby. Even if you don't want to, if you just want to answer 1 or 2 of them, do join this lobby all the same, because you can't join midway through. And the code to join the game is PIGM. 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 I think we can accommodate for up to 50 players in this lobby. Goodness me, that's a lot of people joining very, very quickly. So all the rules will be explained on the screen for you. It is a basic sort of trivia game across 5 different subjects. You get crossword clues to help you out in terms of the number of letters that are involved in each clue. Variants might be accepted too. Liswitz, welcome to the stream, both of you. Great to have you here. Hope you're keeping well. Let's give you some Abyss pennies before this madness begins. Oh, the ka-ching is working again tonight. Go figure. Wasn't working on Thursday. But it is working now. 10 pennies if you type in Abyss 2. Abyss 2. That is a good question, Joe. Because of the nature of the game, because there's 5 authors, and because the authors haven't been in collaboration, that's always an interesting point about this, because this game can be written in collaboration, but it can also be written independently. Now, these 5 packs have been written independently, which means Mark has only seen 20 of the questions rather than 50. Mark you do get 20 questions per pack as an author. I think I have coded in so that none of the authors will ever be selected for the center of the game. So the authors won't be able to win outright. They may be able to win in the lobby, but the lobby is purely for pennies. It's 5 pennies for every question that you get right. So yeah, so Mark, by joining the lobby, you're getting 40 for authoring, and then another 100 on top of that for writing questions that you will already know the answers to. So it's a sort of up for discussion. I haven't actually made a firm decision. It's not like the other games where the pack is exclusively written by one person. I am pretty sure that I coded a line that means the authors will never get to the center of the game no matter how well they do, which I think balances it out. So the authors can't actively actually win, but because for all the authors in this case, more than half of the questions they haven't seen before, my feeling when knocking this together was that it feels a little bit mean, a little bit sad to deprive authors of answering questions that they haven't seen. If they'd written the whole pack, that's different. But yeah, it feels a little bit sad to do that. So I will see how it goes. If I for whatever reason haven't coded that, and yeah, somehow Mark or J White or Apodo, I don't know if Apodo's in the wings, I haven't seen him, I've not seen J White tonight either. If Mark does somehow end up in the centre, and Doggy420694, or possibly Dog, it might be a silent E, welcome to the stream, lovely to have you here. That's also a very good question, David. You know what, I'm actually going to look that up, because if I have coded that, I'll know what it says. Talk among yourselves. Message received, answer input. If ID.username for players in the lobby, it's blank. Do we do Close and lobby.response equals message. No, I haven't factored that in. So that, if someone could write that down in suggestions, that would be a good way to fix this, to be honest. If I make it so that question authors can't answer their own questions, then by default it would be very difficult for them to win anyway. But no, because I can still get into the middle. I don't know. I'm happy to have this conversation. I'm happy to have this discussion with players and with writers as well. My biggest thing with games like this is inclusivity and letting as many people play it as possible, and allowing for, because they haven't written the whole pack, they can play. But we'll play it as it is tonight, and we'll see what happens. Bobo, welcome to the stream, my dude. We're running a little bit late. We're probably going to be about 35 minutes playing this game, 35 to 40 minutes, after which we will have hosts in the arena. And we look forward to chatting with you a bit more then, Bob. But welcome to the stream. Great to have you here. And I think that's a good point to start. So, welcome to you all. Here's how to play The Abyss. Order! I was going to press that button. So, rules of play. Players will attempt to answer up to 40 questions by whispering the answers to Persephone's Twitch bot. Use the crossword clues to assist you, as spelling does matter. After the 5th question, 9 players will be selected to join the Abyss Arena, with players who perform better given a higher chance. So if you have done better in the first 5 questions, you will have more chance of being brought into the middle. If players in the Abyss Arena answer a question incorrectly, or if they abstain, they lose a life and drop a level. After the 3rd incorrect answer or abstention, they drop into the Abyss and are out of the game. A player from the wings will be selected to replace them, and again with players who perform better on the previous 5 questions given a higher chance. Arena players earn an extra life up to a maximum of 3 after successfully answering 5 consecutive questions. After question 40, the players in the Abyss Arena progress to the final. So the better you do, the more chance you have of getting into the middle, but you've also got to stay in the middle in the Abyss Arena, in the centre. And you get 5 pennies for every single question that you get right, no matter where you are. And then there is also an accolade for anyone who survives the Abyss. It is a game where it's possible to have no winners at the end. It is a difficult game. We have seen no winners in the past. But I wish you all the very best of luck. Thanks again to Apodo, Mark, and Jay White for providing these questions. I proofed these and they were all absolutely solid. Good luck to you all. Make sure you're whispering to the bot. Let's play The Abyss. And we're going to start with question number 1. And the category, also a Best Picture Oscar winner, ocean liner that tragically struck an iceberg on its maiden voyage in 1912. 7 letters. I've engaged emote-only mode for a bit just so people get into the hang of, apart from Kolo, who is a moderator, and emote-only mode doesn't apply to him. Titanic was the answer. Cool, well, most of us getting that one right. Let's go on to question 2, the other category. 5 digits, E-I-E-I-O, when dialed on a touch-tone phone. You need to give 5 digits as the answer. This is a Podo's pack. 34346 is what we're after there. Well done if you got that one right. On we go. US President's middle names: Donald J. Trump, 4 letters. He's getting more online presence tonight than he has for the last 18 months. 15 months. It is John, Donald John Trump. Moving on. Rapidly, I would say. The Mad Hatter is the 4th category. Which Central American country bordered by Costa Rica seceded from Colombia in 1903? 6 letters. Did the category help you get to Panama? Panama is what we were after there. So we'll see the 5 categories after this. The order will be randomised, but you will see 5 categories within every 5 questions. Category is DE, US state with the postal abbreviation DE. So all the questions in the DE category begin with the letters DE. Thanks to Apodo for this and the 5 digits. Mark for presidents and the other one which I've now forgotten, Oscar-winning films, and Jay White for the Mad Hatter pack. Delaware was the answer. That is 5 questions. Let's bring you in. So it's still RNG. The better you've done, the more chance you have, but it's not guaranteed if you got 5. So far, Lupine and Jongchun both with 4. Ardenfet's with 3. Think of your points as a raffle ticket at this point. So the more raffle tickets you've got, the more chance you have. Brand New Halo joins the game with 3. Shapes getting in with 5. Good karma to see someone with at least one player with 5 getting in. 2 players with 5 getting in. There's Zeus joining the game on the yellow chute. Riff joining us with 4. Quizface getting in with just a 2 there. And our final central player is Jack to start us off with 4. You've seen the 5 categories. Let's play on. 5 digits, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, with the digits sorted in alphabetical order. This is a truly evil and delightful question. 5, 4, 7, 6, 3 is what you needed there. A lot of players losing a life there in the centre. Let's go on. The Mad Hatter. Which profession was the title of a 2004 film where Leonardo DiCaprio portrayed Howard Hughes? 7 letters. I'm going to bring us out of emote-only mode, but make sure you are whispering to the bot. Most important. If I see a big upswing in players answering in the chat, then we will go back to emote-only mode. Aviator was the answer. A few more lives being lost there. On to the next question. Also, Best Picture Oscar winner. A collision or a sharp drop in stock prices? Curious, these questions coming next to each other. I can't remember if Aviator won Best Picture. Crash was the answer there. Quizface losing a life in the centre. Shapes, Riff, Quizface and Jack all on their last life in the centre. Category is DE, game show whose Nigerian version was hosted by John Fashnu, 4224. Deal or no deal was the answer. Quizface, you've dropped into the abyss and you're out of the game, but thank you for playing. You are going to be replaced by Jers. Welcome on into the Abyss Arena, and the gameplay continues. Bad luck there, Natter. US President's middle names. John Q. Adams. 6 letters. What's your spelling? Spelling does count. There is no spell checker on this game. Dog and Joe may be AFK. Quincy was the answer. Nice to see a big sea of green across there. Let's go on. John Quiz Adams, yeah. 5 digits. Jules Verne novel Blank Leagues Under the Seas. I think that should be C. My bad for not catching that in proofing. 5 letters or 5 digits. Should be. Although it was styled with words. 20,000 is what you needed. 5 digits. Join Chum. You're out of the game. Dropped into the abyss and are out of the game. Brand new Halo. You've earned yourself an extra life and you're back up to the top flight there. Well played. And Joey Chum to be replaced by Cola Cola. Welcome to the game on 6 points. Let's go on. Also a Best Picture Oscar winner. An organism that inhabits and feeds off a host organism, often damaging it. 8 letters. It's a parasite. Well done if you got that. All green in the Abyss Arena. Some extra lives being granted here. Lupine, Ardenfetz, Shapes, Riff, and Jack all getting an extra life there, going back up a level. Nicely done. Let's play on. It's a Mad Hatter question. What hat is part of a traditional Iberian costumes and thrown by Spanish bullfighters to dedicate a kill? It's a Montera. Well done if you got that. Quite a lot of players there losing life. Lupine, Fetz, Shapes, Riff, and no, you earned a life. It doesn't debug who lost a life. That's a mistake. US President's middle names: Barack H. Obama. 7 letters long. What's your spelling? I got a funny feeling there might be some tears after this question. Oh, not too many. Hussein with an E, not an A. Not losing any players from the centre. But Zeus has earned himself an extra life, which I'd be most grateful for. He's been on that bottom plinth for a while. Back up to the middle flight there. Let's go on. Category is DE. A Tom Jones song. Forgive me, blank. I just couldn't take any more. 7 letters. No, I'm not going to play it. Bad luck, Natter. Why, Delilah? Colo and Jack, you've dropped into the abyss and you're out of the game, but thank you for playing. To be replaced by P-Fired, currently on 13. And Cycle Space currently on 11. Let's go on. 5 digits. Hello on an inverted calculator. You do not need a decimal point. 5 digits long. It's numbers that you need for this. Always answering with digits on these questions. 07734. 0.7734 to be technically correct. Cyberspace losing a life there. Everyone else green in the centre. Let's go on. This president's middle name, Ronald W. Reagan, has 6 letters. I don't actually know this one. Wilson. Ronald Wilson Reagan. Shapes, you've dropped into the abyss and you're out of the game, but thank you for playing. Replaced by Anasep, currently sitting on 12 points. Let's go on. Could get back in. Shapes, keep playing. Category is DE, a Cole Porter song. It's delightful, it's delicious, it's blank. 8 or 26. Lovely, either with or without the hyphen, with or without the space. A lot of damage there. Fet, Riff, Lupine, Halo, Jers, Cyberspace. You've dropped into the abyss and you're out of the game. Thank you for playing. You are going to be replaced by AB Me, Listwitz, Toot, Samster, Prugs. Yeah, a lot of carnage on that question. And Cetra, welcome to the Abyss Arena. The game will now continue. I think that's a good litmus test for whether or not authors can get in. Mark is doing very well. Hasn't yet got into the centre, so I think my code is working. Category is the Mad Hatter, which Berkshire Racecourse features the events the King George and the Queen Anne Stakes. 5 or 5-5? It's Ascot, or Royal Ascot, would also have been accepted there. Quite a few players losing life. Nobody dropping into the abyss at this stage. Let's go on. Also a Best Picture Oscar winner, nickname for Beethoven's Piano Sonata number 40, 9 letters. If I play the second movement, it's less obvious. It's the Moonlight Sonata! Yes, Moonlight Sonata. Zeus, you dropped into the abyss and you're out of the game. Thank you for playing. Jack Wilfred, I think back for the second time in the Abyss Centre. Obviously doing well on the last 5 questions. Let's play on. Not La La Land, no. Category is DE, fabric whose name suggests its French origins. Oh, poo, says Tatari. Denim! It was, of course, denim, what we were after that. All green lights in the centre. Let's go on. Also a Best Picture Oscar winner, the commonly cited middle name of Mozart, 7 letters. This is one of the questions that I had to tweak slightly, for reasons that will become clear in just a moment. It is Amadeus, not actually his middle name, because his full name was Johann Chrysostomus Wolfgangus Theophilus Mozart. But he's commonly known as Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. Lots of green there. Category is 5 digits, 120 squared. 5 digits is what you need. $14,400, 14400. 12 squared, add a couple of zeros on the end to get your answer there. 2 with 5 right in a row, but already at the top flight. US President's middle names, Franklin D. Roosevelt. Again, second appearance for this chap tonight. 6 letters long. Delano, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Proves losing a life. We have got some extra lives to grant, though, at this point. Listwitz, Anasep, Samster, and Cetra. That's 5 right in a row. You've earned yourself an extra life. You're back up to the top flight. On we go. Mad Hatter. What edible foodstuff is also a type of hat worn by Walter White's persona Heisenberg in Breaking Bad? 4, 3, or 7? Remember, the objective of the game is to be in the centre when we get to the final. 16 questions to go. Pork pie. AB Me improves. You've dropped into the abyss and you're out the game, but thank you for playing. Natter joins the abyss arena, as does Naked Grandma. Welcome to the game. Let's play on. Category is DE. System for categorizing books often used in libraries. 5 and 7. What's your spelling? It is the Dewey Decimal System, of course it is. Lots of green, what we like to see. No extra lives to grant, let's go on. 5 digits, American drama, Beverly Hills blank. Give me the 5 digits. I think I made a reference to this in Ash's charity stream fairly recently. Beverly Hills Cop. No, it is 90210. Cop is the 5-digit number. Quite right. Well, good observation there, Jack. Mad Hatter. What round black hat made of felt is associated with London and Charlie Chaplin, but not, confusingly, cricket players? 6 or 6-3? It's a bowler hat. Anna Sepp, you've dropped into the abyss and you're out of the game, but thank you for playing. You're going to be replaced by... before we find out, P-Fired, getting an extra life back up to the second flight there. Lupine is back into the game. Good time to get in with just 13 questions to go. Let's go on. Also a Best Picture Oscar winner, Not Pardoned as a Sin or Debt, 10 letters. No, that's only 9 letters. Oh, it's that, yeah. Unforgiven. Simple as that. Natter, I'm afraid you've dropped into the abyss and you are out of the game, but thank you for playing. Bob, you have managed to make your way into the abyss arena. On 50 points, here's your next question. US President's middle names, Joseph R. Biden. 9 letters. What's your spelling? Robinette. Cetra, you've dropped into the abyss and you're out of the game, but thank you for playing. Jack Wolf for getting an extra life. You're back up to the top flight there, Jack Will played. And Jers, welcome back to the game. 11 questions to go. Category is DE, a person appointed or authorised to act as a substitute or second in command. 6 letters. And Jay White, welcome to the stream. We're very much enjoying your question pack so far this evening. Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., as Jack is saying. Ooh, deputy is what we were after there. Leswitz, P-Fired and Necker Grandma. You dropped into the abyss and you're out of the game. Lingo Maniac coming in with 26 points here. Tadaru's joining with 17. And AB Me coming in with 14. Second chance for AB Me, I think. Let's go on. Mad Hatter, what is the first word of the collectible soft toys produced by the company founded by H. Time Warner? 6 letters. Remember, in the audience game, you get 5 pennies for every question that you get right. It's a beanie. Beanie is what we're after there. 5 pennies for every for every point at the end of the game. So time to score by 5 to get your penny count. Back to US President's middle names. Dwight D. Eisenhower, 5 letters. 8 questions to go, including this one. I think. David! Dwight David Eisenhower. I'm afraid, Jers, you've dropped into the abyss and you're out of the game. P-Fired, you're back in again. RNG favouring you tonight, and obviously some strong answering from the wings as well. Also a Best Picture Oscar winner, Paul McCartney's Post-Beatles Band with 5 letters. 2 getting another 5 right in a row, but already at the top flight. And I will say, when you drop into the abyss, your consecutive answers does reset to 0, so you do have to rebuild them before you get back in. Wings was the answer there. Lots of wrong answers in the arena, but no one dropping into the abyss. 6 questions left. 5 digits, the number of feet in each line of a limerick. 5 digits is what we need. We'll say if anyone is feeling stumped by this one, when I proofed this one, this stumped me as well. 33223, a feet is a metric measurement. That's a limerick, that is the feet. 3323. 2 counting syllables. Well, on that one, AB Me, Tadaru, Lupine and Bob dropped into the abyss and are out of the game. Thank you for playing. And they are replaced by Natter, Riff, Bitterotter and Quizface. Welcome on in with 5 questions to go. The category is the Mad Hatter. Which ear-flat cloth cap, synonymous with Sherlock Holmes, was traditionally used while hunting large game? 11 letters. is a deer stalker. It was 11 letters, not 4 and 7. If you put a space in there, it would have been marked as wrong. Deer stalker is what we're after. Also a Best Picture Oscar winner, USA's third most populous city behind New York and Los Angeles, 7 letters. Deer stalker. Chicago is what we're after. Of course, Chicago, one of 3 films to have a city in the title that's also won Best Picture. Points if you can tell me what the other 2 are. US President's middle names, John F. Kennedy, 10 letters. On Fortnite Kennedy. Named after his favourite video game. Fitzgerald was the answer. So with 2 questions to go, we've got a lot of players on their last life here. Squeaky bum time, I think. 5 digits. From Spaceballs, that's amazing. I've got the same combination on my luggage. Lingo's happy with this one. He's got the right answer, but not all of you have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is what we wanted. Bitter Otter and Jack Wilford, you've dropped into the abyss and you're out the game. Thank you for playing. To be replaced for the first time in the Abyss Arena, Bull and Boar. And DVD Smith guaranteed a place into the final with just 1 question left. Have a look at this. DE, antagonist of the Kirby video game series who wields a giant mallet. 4 and 6 or 6? King Dedeed. Dedeed on its own was also accepted. Quizface, at the last hurdle you've dropped into the abyss and you're out the game. To be replaced by Tadaru. Welcome back, I think 3rd time here. And after 40 questions it is time for the final. I will restore all of your lives to 3 if you are in the Abyss Arena. And after 40 questions, Lingo's ball only just managing to get to the top there. Physics, hashtag physics. You're just getting in there, Bull and Boy. Yes, you've done a very good job to get in there. Natter with 15, Lingo with 33, Riff with 26, Toot with 36, Bull and Boy with 28, David with 30, Samster with 33, Tadaru with 22, and P5 with 31. Congratulations. You are all through to the final. Some of you have had a job of endurance to get here. Some of you have just snuck in towards the end, but that is how the game works. I think 5 in a row all run. Well, it's all that counts. You don't have to get 5 to get in. It just means if you've got 5 of them out of the previous 5, it will, again, think of it as like raffle tickets. So if in the previous 5 questions you've got 3, you'll have 3 raffle tickets into the draw for players who are going to be selected. That's sort of how the logic works. In the wings, Innis, Mark and Toot are leading with 36. Zeus has 35. Lingo and Samster have 33. You can no longer get into the centre if you're not there already, but you can still continue to play in the final. You get 5 pennies for every point that you have at the end, so time to score by 5, and that will be added to your total. And I think the logic works in that authors can play but not get into the final. So you can still earn extra pennies, because you only get 20 pennies for a pack, which is well below the sort of going rate for a pack. So it sort of makes sense that you can sort of make up some of those. You can get an extra 50 just by playing your own pack, and then extra pennies on top of that by playing well. So, lowest score in the final, but that doesn't really matter, Natter. If you... because that's not what decides the ties in the final. The categories are going to stay the same, still the 5 categories we've seen, though the questions may be a little harder. Here's how the final works. 9 finalists have all had their lives refreshed. Further extra lives will not be awarded in this final. Up to 10 questions will be displayed with your answers to Persephone's Twitch bot as before. If arena players drop into the abyss, they are permanently out of the game and will not be replaced. The winner is the last player standing, and if after 10 questions no winner has emerged, the winner will be the player with the most lives left. In the event of a tie, the player with the highest score is declared the winner. And if there's a tie there, I don't have a tie-breaking metric for that. I would just award both of you a win, but I would have to do one of them manually because it will only pick one of you, I think. Hopefully we don't get to that scenario for a while. I will also add that the balls that are instantiated for the shoots, yeah, they're not destroyed. When they drop into the abyss, they keep falling until I stop the build. So everyone who's dropped into the abyss, you are still falling, which I think is very funny. So, same drill as before. Good luck to our 9 finalists. Let's play the final. Whispering to the bot. Thanks, Luke. Free falling. Also, the Best Picture Oscar winner, mythical ship on which Jason and his crew sought the Golden Fleece, 4 letters. Yes, I'm just reminded of that scene from Thor Ragnarok. It's, I have been falling for 30 minutes! Yes, a bottomless abyss. Because Unity can do that. Argo is what we're after. Mainly green in the Abyss Arena to Diary losing first life there. Let's go on. US President's middle names. Rutherford B. Hayes. 8 letters. Tricky one. Burchard. Rutherford, Burchard, Hayes. Lots of lives being lost there. Itching close to the abyss. Remember, there's no coming back from it if you go in this time. And another president's middle names, because they're shuffled randomly in the final. I must fix that. Warren G. Harding, 8 letters. Yes, I really must fix that in the final. It should still be 5 and 5 rather than completely randomly shuffled. First casualties of the final. Tadari have dropped into the abyss and you're out of the game. Gamaliel was the answer. Gamaliel. First fact of life at my age. Nice, David. Also, the Best Picture Oscar winner, a parade or procession of riders on horseback or in vehicles. 9 letters. Gonna need some answers. Cavalcade is what it was. Oh, a bit of a bloodbath. Lingo, P. Fired, Natter, and Bull and Boy, you dropped into the abyss and you're out the game. We're down to 4. We've had the Oscars, both the Oscars and both the presidents, onto the Mad Hatter. What 1920s female headgear was named after the French word for bell due to its distinctive shape? 6 letters. Samster, David, Toot, and Riff all surviving in the arena and still surviving in the arena with perfect symmetry. Cloche was the answer. That's a great name. It is a great name, Innes. 5 digits now. The highest jackpot awarded on Pointless in pounds. 5 digits long. David, you're going to get an answer in? You're not 20. Oh, no one getting that one. 24750. Tricky question. David and Riff, you've dropped into the abyss and you're out the game. It's between Tooth and Samster now. Another Mad Hatter question. Which soft hat, named after a French play, was a symbol for women's rights activists before Prince Edward popularised it for men? 6 letters. Surely the best hat is a fedora. Samster, you've dropped into the abyss and you're out of the game. Which means we have a winner. And it's now cut that out. Whew. It's always a bit of an assault on the senses, this game, and it is quite quietly nihilistic. Toot surviving with just 1 life left, just 1 thin bit of cube standing between you and the abyss. I mean, I could, if I was going to be really mean, drop your ball into the abyss at this point, but I'm not going to do that. Data has been written to the drive, which means, Toot, you should have your abyss victory added. Something I think I need to do, I need to retroactively add the abyss wins. I have retroactively added the Hive wins and medals, but I think I need to retroactively add the abyss wins. I will double check, because we've played a few games of the abyss and that wasn't a thing. No, actually, no, because I've got an abyss thing on the controller, but I don't need to do that anymore, so actually, no, that, ignore me. I think that should be live on the website. Pennies will also be written for authors, 20 pennies per pack, so that's going to be 40 each for Mark and Apodo and 20 for Jay White. Thank you very much, all 3 of you. Lovely, diverse set of questions. And you know what's really nice, because the previous game of the Abyss we played, it was a sort of collaboration between 4 writers. Score, Tyson, Dogfish, and Innes, I think. These 5 packs were written completely independently and cobbled together. So one of the things about this game is that... Jimmy Cato, hello, welcome to the stream. Great to have you here. Ahoy hoy to you as well. Yeah, one of the great things about this is that you can sort of do that. You can bring packs together. So on this one, I think I only had 6 packs to work with, and a third one of them was Apodo's, which will now be moved forward into another game in the future. But yeah, it's just 10 questions on a single category. So I think it's a bit like Spotlight in that it's actually quite an easy game to write for, and a pay rate of 20 pennies. So if you did want to contribute a few Abyss packs, then by all means do so in the Discord. Get yourself the question, write a roll, and you'll be able to write for this or any of the games that we play here on Game Night. So yeah, it's good, and then I can sort of have choice, and I can sort of pick and choose. We have got a game from the Lupine one coming up in about 4 weeks' time, where Lupine's written the whole pack. So that's the great thing about the flexibility of this game. You can either, which means Lupine would be able to play and potentially play. So I think in situations like that where you've written, Overlord Flush, where you've written the whole thing, I would probably say, or if you've written more than half, I would probably cautiously suggest not playing. But if you've just written 2 of 5, then by all means. I mean, Mark has won this game, but only by a point. So I think that's a testament to the fact that that works if you've written fewer than half of the questions. That's if you want to write some questions for this, if you've got a good idea for 10 questions of gradually increasing difficulty on a single category, then by all means do send them in my general direction. I will at some point question writers, and anyone who wants to consider being a question writer at some point in the next few weeks. I am going to be publishing the schedule for season 7, which has been written in pencil. It's not yet been fully committed to, but I'm pretty happy with it. Of course, it's got to fit around Face Off 2, Chapter 2, Part 2, whatever you want to call it. Phase 2 Off 2, or 2 Phase 2 Off, maybe. That's going to be publishing that schedule very soon, and also the Face or Off, if we're talking C# there. I'm going to be publishing the request for packs. By the looks of it, Season 7, which is going to be going on until about July the 16th, is going to be the finale. It's going to start end of April, run until the middle end of July. There are 77 packs going to be required in total for Season 7, of which the Abyss counts as 1 pack. So for all the Abyss games, of which I think there are 4, maybe 5 in Season 7, multiply, add on another 30 or 40 if you just want to write a small pack. But information on that soon if you're a budding question writer and you want to get involved. So all of those points that you've got there will be multiplied by 5 and they will become pennies and be added to your running totals. Authors will automatically be credited as well, and Toot, you will get your place on the Abyss Survivors. Very well played. Now, it's 25 to 11, so we're running to time now that I'm working to a 3-hour stream. The Abyss is quite a quick game compared to the Hive. The Hive is quite in-depth, but hopefully they're both equally fun. This one's very intense and fairly fast-paced, whereas the Hive is a bit more ponderous, but hopefully it makes for entertaining viewing, so that's a good balance of stuff tonight. But there is one more item of business this evening, and that is 3 hours stream. It's always, to be fair, it's rare to be fewer than 3 hours these days, Score, but you love them both. Really good to hear. Thank you very much, Sadara. I do appreciate your kind words, and I'm glad you're having a good time. We've got one more item of business, and that is the business of hosts in the arena. So, Bob, Topper, Ash, if you'd like to make your ways towards the green room. Oh, good. 3 of you are already there, or 2 of you are there plus score count. And I will say at this point, very grateful to David J. Bodicum, who has written this pack, to Colo, who has proofed this pack. Immense thanks to Score Count, who has agreed to step into the hosting chair and will be hosting this game as I will be one of the contestants. And very grateful to Score as well for his time, both last night and earlier on this afternoon, going through the build, making the tweaks that needed making because of reasons to do with modelling, which I'll probably tell you all about later on. What I'm going to suggest, and I don't know if you can hear me, people in the green room, if you're listening to me or not, but I will add this to our little group chat in just a minute. I'm going to suggest that we all come into the broadcast studio. We have a little chat at the beginning. I will try not to interrupt. I will try and let Score host. And we'll have a little chat at the beginning, and then we can mute and watch the game from the Discord. And I say that purely because I'm going to be watching from the Discord, because obviously I've got to screen capture from the Discord, so I would have a speed advantage if you're watching the stream and I'm watching the Discord. So I'm going to suggest that we all watch the broadcast studio but keep muted. We can have a little chat at the beginning, and then maybe a little chat upon exit, and all will be well. And of course, if you want to play along with the hosts in the arena in this game of the arena coming up in just a second, then all you need to do is stay tuned and make sure you type in the code when it is presented on the screen. When we come back, Score Count, I think, is going to be cameraless. I will probably turn my camera off as well. But yeah, it should be good fun. It is the first of 3 rewards from the charity stream we did a few weeks back. Hosts in the arena coming right up after this very short break. Thank you again to our question writers. Congratulations to our top players and to Toot, because you have survived the Abyss. and we do have to let that last note play out. Give me a few minutes because I just want to go and double check something in the Abyss because it appears to have written the data 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. And I need to find out why that is. It might be perfectly anything like it's just iterating the authors, but if it's iterated your pennies 7 times over, then you might have all just got a windfall of pennies. Yeah. So I'm going to go check that first, then give us a few minutes just to get the game set up, and then I will be back with you very shortly, or rather Score will. It's hosts in the arena. See you in a sec. Also, the penny count won't have updated yet because I haven't run the thing. Hang on just a second. Let me do that. When this bonus stops, it will have updated. So that will be a good point of reference. Claim that bonus. I'm on BRB, I am, so I can stop that build. You claim that bonus, guys. I'm going to move that into the used folder and I'm going to close that down. I'm going to stop that bonus in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stopping. So, check your pennies, see if there's been an enormous windfall of cash, and then someone let me know if it's gone up ridiculous amounts. Has it gone up ridiculous amounts or a sensible amount? I just realised I've closed the Abyss, I don't want to do that. 30 or 40, okay. 5354, is that not right, Mark? What did you have before? Let me have a look. Yeah, so you've gone up about 240 odd? That seems like it's about right. Yeah, that's about 240. If you got 40 from authoring and then 5 times 30, whatever it was, that does sound like that's worked. So I'm just wondering why it's debugging that 5 times. So write new file, where is that called? Twice there, add on winner, that was fine. And then fixed rate per question, write new file, it's only called once. Okay, so where else do we call write new file? I think it's probably to do with the authors. Fixed rate, add on winner, add author pennies and credits. I mean, it's academic because it's not changing. The writing is literally just where it takes the data that's been loaded or edited and then adds it to, rewrites it to the hard drive. So it doesn't change the data, it just updates. So if it's writing the file 5 times, there's no changes in between, as far as I can see. But I will look into that because that's slightly alarming and possibly cause some concern. But anyway, I'm going to go to an ad break. Give us 5-6 minutes to get set up, and I'll be right back with you.
Hello.
God kväll.
Think so. Think I've set everything up correctly again.
Mhm.
So we're
Hello, everyone.
Wrong. Hi.
We're not real.
Don't know how it would be.
That's because my microphone's muted. I'll tell you what's probably going on there is that my voice meter is picking all of you guys up, but I've muted my mic. My mic doesn't pipe through there. So we're now in public discussion, just so there's transparency. Let's not talk about anybody. What I will suggest then, if I whisper, then no one will hear. Let's go to the broadcast studio. If we all mute when we get there, Score, you share the stream with us. Everyone watch on the stream. And if everyone's happy to have just a very quick chat with Score at the beginning, that'd be great. And then if we mute during the duration of the game and then Score, if you have a chat with people after they go out, that'd be great.
Of course.
Fabulous. Thank you, stream, for letting me know about the hot mics. We'll look into that for next time. Let's move to the broadcast studio and we'll go from there. And I'm going to mute myself. I suggest you guys do the same.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. How is everyone doing out there in Twitch chat? The lobby is open, as always. I am your host with the least score count. The reason I say with the least is because if I was anything but, I wouldn't be sitting in the host chair. Enter the room code as normal, SRJF. This evening I have taken over this particular game in order to fulfill a certain... ignore the usual about... lobby tournament players as usual. I've taken over in order to fill something you raised money for quite a few weeks ago, Hosts in the Arena, where we have 4 of the community's best hosts here to compete in Ben's most recent trivia challenge, and those are the man himself, Royal Flush. Okay. Ash the Bash.
Hello.
Buzzer.
Oh, sorry, I didn't.
Hello.
Hang on. I didn't realise we were supposed to say hello at that point. Hello, sorry.
and the person who this evening we're renaming Bopper1 Gaming.
Hello.
So let's go in. I was about to say going in alphabetical order is a bit weird in this case. Ash, how are you feeling this evening?
Hi, this is the second time I've been here tonight, so I've already made myself at home.
True enough. You feeling more or less confident about this game than you were about the Hive?
Well, in the Hive, I can, I have to, as part of the game design, I have to allow the Hive to play on my behalf, whereas in this one, it's all on my own individual merit. So, oh, God help me.
Yeah, that's. Don't worry, I'm feeling that as well. Any beverage of choice tonight, Ash?
Beverage of choice is a nondescript version of cola.
Non-strip cola tonight. Someone who I'm very glad to see as always, Buzzer Bob. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm doing great. This is it's a Saturday. It's the weekend. I'm here to have some fun, and yeah, you can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, no, definitely agreed. And what about your beverage of choice tonight, sir?
I have. I'm almost done with this Mexican Coca-Cola I got from Chipotle. Or Chipotle.
That sounds gorgeous.
Yeah, it's great.
Amen. Ben, thank you very much, firstly, for letting me be here.
Pleasure. Thank you for stepping in.
And how are you feeling in that chair?
Slightly nervous, although my anxiety is currently monopolised by the dog currently doing his nut downstairs. I might just have to go and discreetly go and ask Megs to decrate him for a minute just while we play the game, because I don't know where I'm hot mic'd. I don't want to be hot mic'd on you guys and hot mic'd on the stream, or one or t'other, but yeah, I'll go sort that in just a second. Welcome Player 2 Star and Tipster to the stream as well. Great to have you with us. And very many thanks, Scorecamp, for agreeing to step in to give me a chance to be on the other side of the table on my own channel for a change.
Yeah, just for those who are worried that Dexter is reminding Ben of the answers, the only people who have seen the answers are the wonderful, wonderful, wonderful David J. Bodicon, who has written them, myself, as I've loaded them into the pack, had a quick look at them, and tested that the game works, and the ever-so-wonderful Cola, who was aided with the proofing. And I will say that this is an absolutely wonderful question pack, and I think that all four of you will have a really fun time with it. Ben, if you're still here and not dealing with Dexter,
For now I am.
beverage of choice.
I am drinking Mad Fish tonight, which is Western Australian Shiraz. I'm just going to change the layout just to put the cam on a minute, just so because I can. And Megs is feeling a bit poorly at the moment, so she opened a bottle of it last night when she was less poorly, and apparently we had another bottle. And so rather than me having to run up and downstairs all night because she's not drinking tonight, she just gave me the whole bottle. Yeah, that's what I'm on this evening.
And last but not least, Bopper, or Topper, how are you doing today?
Hello, Score. I'm doing awesome. And how are you?
I'm not. I don't know if I'm the most or least nervous out of everyone here. I'll be perfectly honest with you. How are you feeling against these other three quizzing inquisitors? I think we'll say.
They're all good hosts. Quizzes, we'll find out. But
I assume that you are hoping that you'll be able to tell them all to get out.
Ha! We'll see.
No, had to force that one in there.
Isn't that Ash's job to tell people to get out?
Ben doesn't know. He doesn't play my games.
I'm in the dark. I don't like being in the dark.
Beverage of choice for yourself this evening, Topper.
I've just scoffed down 3 cans of standard Coca-Cola.
Bloody hell.
Fair.
So,
I'm not going to sleep much tonight.
For the reference, just to be fully transparent, I do have a bottle of fruity cider, but that's for after the game. I am currently working on just a simple plain old Vimto, but I'm prepared for later, just in case everything goes wrong. Which I'm sure it won't with you four wonderful people here. Just as a last call, for those of you who do want to join in for play in the lobby, code is SRJF. Enter it within the Twitch chat or to the Stephanie's Twitch bot within the next 10 seconds or so. As I finally ask our 4 competitors, are you all ready to enter the arena?
No, it's quite scary, but let's do it.
I'm ready.
Okay, let's do it. Closing the lobby now. At the wrong point in the music, but who cares?
It's all good. You all realise we're at a disadvantage here because Topper's had Muchos experience off the back of the tournament.
But Ben, I've never won.
Oh, okay. I feel happier now. Dramatic voiceover.
And I have to start this. Start the fans, please.
Hey, very good.
And round of applause for our 4 competitors as they enter.
You look so lovely. Look at us.
I like how I'm at the top. Makes me
But
happy.
will you remain? Will you remain on top? Is indeed the question. If someone else who's also a moderator wants to start a poll in the Twitch chat of who's going to win, that would be amazing. I do not have quite enough keyboard room to do that. Music's made it real, I think, for me, certainly. I don't know about the rest of you. But without any further ado, we will go on to the rules for round 1. Round 1 is, as always, 10 in 10. There are 10 multiple choice questions, each with 4 answers, A, B, C, and D. You will have 10 seconds to respond to each question by whispering your answer, either A, B, C, or D, or 1, 2, 3, or 4 respectively, to Persephone's Twitch bot. If you are correct, you will usually score a point. If you are incorrect, you will lose a point, that you can't go below 0, and if you choose not to answer at all, nothing will happen. However, there is an exception. If only one player gets the correct answer and saves us from the dreaded antisocial, a bonus point will be awarded, meaning 2 points on offer for each question, technically. At the end of the round, whichever one of you has the lowest score will be the person with the shortest stay with us, and will be eliminated. In the event that there is a tie for last place, the player who spent the longest answering in total will be eliminated. I assume, since you're all familiar with this format, and one of you created it, that you all understand the rules.
Fairly happy.
Very happy.
Yep.
Anyway, I think sound's all right, other than Ben apparently being a bit loud, but I think that, or rather the rest of us being quiet, but we'll work with it as we go.
I've just realised I enabled micro pennies on the poll that I've put in. So Topper suddenly has so the people who
Why are people voting for me?
who they think is going to win. So there's
I'm going to vote for Topper.
Landslide on
Stop
Topper
wasting
at the
pennies.
Oh, it's definitely not Zeus. Zeus wanted to clarify that. Scott, do you just want to clarify how the audience game is going to work?
Oh, of course. Thank you for reminding me. All the audience game is all of you answer A, B, C, or D, or 1, 2, 3, or 4 to Twitch chat, to Persephone's Twitch bot rather, not Twitch chat. Twitch chat is bad. For each question, each correct answer is worth a point, and that's the end of it, and that's the entire game. You don't have to worry about getting things wrong and losing points. So answer, guess. Who knows? You might be right. Obviously, our players have to be a bit more careful. I think now I've covered everything.
Sounds about right.
Okay, so if all 4 of you are ready, if Twitch chat is ready, and I feel like I'm about ready, let's enter 10 in 10.
Come on. Oh yeah, we should mute now, shouldn't we? We should mute so as not to distract our fellow players. Good luck, all.
Yeah, everyone should mute, and everyone should get any last-minute sneezes out of their system. Okay, at the moment I start this game, I cannot stop it, so question 1 now. Which friendly UI interface did Microsoft release in 1995? Options are A, Ash, B, Bob, C, Ben, or D, Topper. And the tone of the pack has been well and truly set by the first question. Of course, Microsoft Bob, Ben, and Ash getting that right, getting themselves off with 1 point. Moving on to the second question now of a definite 10. What was the first UK Top 40 hit for Northern Irish group Ash? A, Mercury Rising, B, Venus as a Boy, C, Girl from Mars, or D, Back to Earth? Nobody getting that question right. C, Girl from Mars. Ben and Ash both abstaining and maintaining their point and their ever so slight lead. Going into question 3. In the 1960s TV series, what kind of creature was Gentle Ben? A, lion, B, bear, C, Alsatian, or D, dolphin? Ash and Topper have answered. Bob has answered. Ben sitting this one out. All 3 of the others getting a point, and Ash taking a slightly later lead on 2 points. Everyone else still on 1. Question 4. In pre-decimal English currency, what coin was known as a bob? A, farthing, B, crown, C, florin, or D, shilling? Topper going in, Bob going in. Ben and Ash, everyone having a crack at the cherry with this one. Everyone but Topper right. Topper going back to 0 points, taking a bit of a fall behind now. Still plenty of time to catch up. 6 questions left in the stack. Moving on to question number 5. Topper was a minor character in which Scott Adams comic strip? A. Carthy, B. Doonesbury, C. Garfield, or D. Dilbert? Topper going straight in, thinking he knows it, thinking he knows his namesake. And gets it right along with Bob, Ben and Ash abstaining. Topper still behind on 1, now closer to Ben on 2. Ash and Bob on 3. Into the second half of the game now, question 6. Which piece of sports equipment is usually made from ash wood? Options are A. Baseball bat, B. Archery bow, C. Cricket bat, D. Bowling pin. Ben in very quickly, Bob and Ash taking a bit longer, Topper eventually coming in as well, all 4 going for it, only Ash getting it right and extending his lead to 5 points. Ben on 1, Bob on 2, Topper still behind on 3. Going on to question 7. In which of these card games can you not get a royal flush? Options are A. Badoogie, B. Omaha, C. Chinese poker, or D. 7-card stud. Topper the only person having a go at this one. Oh, Bob now going in as well. Both of them getting it wrong. Bob retreating to 1 point, Topper staying where he is on 0. Ash conserving his lead. Ben quite possibly also conserving his position out of the elimination zone. Question 8. 3 questions remain. The Polish inventor of the bob haircut was inspired by which historical figure? Options are A. Queen Victoria, B. Cleopatra, C. Joan of Arc, D. Marie Curie. Topper going in. Could get 2 points if he's the only one right, and he is leapfrogging Bob and Ben, putting both of them in the danger zone. Going to 2 points with 2 questions remaining. Ash, I think, trying to get comfortable into round 2. Second to last question now. What is sometimes called a topper in Ireland? Options are A. Cigarette lighter, B. Torch, C. Pencil sharpener, or D. Bicycle pump. Nobody blinking on this question. Nobody going for it. Nobody right. No points changed. C. Pencil sharpener. Ash is definitely safe. Topper, quite most likely safe. Ben and Bob are definitely going to have to think about if they're going to answer this question. Played by Gabriel Glaister, who was Melchit's driver in Blackadder Goes Forth. A. Ben, B. Bob, C. Topper, or D. Ash. Ben's gone for it. Bob has gone for it. Ben, the only one to get it right, going to 3 points. Bob, wrong, and with a score of 0, I'm afraid that means you have been eliminated. Oh, Bob, that was such a tight game at the end there. So much tactical play, but didn't work out for you, did it?
Oh, I can talk? Hi! I'm down here!
You're trapped in the floor now. How are you feeling? How do you think that went? Do you think you could have done any better, or do you think that was about?
Oh, that was absolute rubbish. No, I had fun. There was a lot of questions that were in my wheelhouse. Some guesses, some just lucky, like 1 or 2 fell just perfectly in my lap. But yeah, no, just trying to be strategic at the end and had to take a guess because I was in danger. So that's all.
You zagged and perhaps early, 1 question earlier you should have zigged. Very good game from all 4 of you there. Some absolutely wonderful tactical play. Topper taking that 2-point leapfrog, I think, really put you and Ben on the back burner, and sort of struggling to survive. Tough luck. Hope you have had a good day, and I hope you will enjoy staying around for the remaining 2 rounds of this game.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you for playing, Bob, and we'll see you later.
Bye.
As for the Twitch game, brand new Halo, up there on 8 points, taking a very early lead. Congratulations. Everybody getting at least 2 points, which is wonderful to see. And as for the other 3 of you, I hope you're all doing all right as well. As we go into round 2, Survivors, you will now face up to, but not necessarily, 15 multiple choice questions. Once again, you will have 10 seconds still to respond to each. A, B, C, or D. 1, 2, 3, or 4 to Persephone's Twitch bot. Once again, it is the same game for the Twitch audience of just answer the questions. You don't have to worry about correct or incorrect answers. You just score a point for each correct. Now, those in the hot seat game, so Ash, Ben, and Bopper, you have to answer every single question now, because if you get a question wrong or you abstain, you will lose a life. If you lose all 3 lives, you will be eliminated. No lives, if all of you are correct, no lives were lost until we hit question 9. From question 9 onwards, we are in sudden death mode. If all 3 of you get the question right, the player who's slowest to respond will lose a life. Lastly, if more than one of you loses their last life at the same time, the player who has the longest total answering time this round will be eliminated. Again, I assume all 3 of you are pretty clear on that, and I assume everyone in Twitch chat is fine with that as well. And everyone's fine with my mouse being on screen. Sorry about that.
It might be my mouse.
Any signs of objections? So, to the 3 of you, good luck. Let's play round 2, Survivors. There are your 3 lives right there. And here comes question 1. Question 1 of a possible 15. What is an animal that obtains nourishment from a host without helping it? Options are A. Parasite, B. Parabola, C. Paradox, D. Parasol. Everyone pretty quickly on this one. And everyone getting it right, of course. A. Parasite. Nice and easy start to this round. Going on to question number 2 now. Who was the first host and co-creator of the game show Let's Make a Deal? A. Tom Kennedy, B. Alan Ludden, C. Dick Clark, D. Monty Hall. Ash and Topper in very quickly, Ben taking a little bit longer. As a game theory fan, I'd be quite frankly ashamed if any of you got this wrong. D. Monty Hall. Though usually not with 4 doors. Usually just the 3. Moving on to question number 3.
Thank you for the follow there, Tony.
Which country was the host of the 2018 Winter Olympics? Options are A. Russia, B. China, C. Japan, or D. South Korea. All 3 players in before the halfway mark. And everyone but Ben getting it. D. Pyongyang, South Korea. Ben, you're on 2 lives. Ash and Topper, you have a slight head on 3. Moving on to question number 4 of potential 15. Which app's logo is called Ghost-Faced Chiller? Ghost-Face Chiller. Is it A. Telegram, B. Snapchat, C. CapCut, or D. WhatsApp? I didn't really have time to breathe there before all 3 of you got it in. Of course, all 3 of you getting it right. Snapchat, B. David is daring anyone to say if they've spotted the theme. Moving on to question number 5. Founded in 1895, a world first, which northern Italian city hosts the Art Biennale? A. Milan, B. Rome, C. Venice, or D. Turin? All 3 players answering a bit slower now. Questions getting a bit harder. Only Ash getting it right. Ben's down to 1 life. Topper's down to 2. Ash staying in the lead with 3 correct answers, 3 lives remaining. As we get past the 1/3 point of this round, potentially, and go on to question 6. Who directed the 2005 horror film Hostel? A. Eli Roth, B. Karen Kusama, C. Jennifer Kent, or D. Rob Zombie? Everyone's in. Ben could leave on this question. He's not, and no one is losing a life here. Everyone getting A. Eli Roth. Obviously, Ben is still very much in danger. Any question could be his last. Is it going to be question number 7? What is the main feature of a table d'hôte or host's table menu? Is it A. There's only 1 course, B. Vegetarian, C. Drinks included, or D. Fixed price? Everyone getting it right. D. Fixed price. Ben hanging on by his claws as we go on to question number 8. This is the last safe question, remember? A hosta is a common type of what? A. Houseplant, B. Tropical fruit, C. Fungus, D. Climbing ivy. Topper's in, Ash is in, Ben is thinking about it. Ben's in, and is wrong along with everyone else. It's a antisocial, but it doesn't matter. Ben, you're out of lives, and you've been eliminated. And sudden death mode activates anyway.
Yeah, it does that because I'm a bad programmer. Yeah, the bot's a bit late to the show. Thanks, bot.
You made it sudden death mode, at least, I guess, then, Ben.
Yeah, I wanted to survive round 1, which I only just did. I hanging on by my claws. I was not aware I had claws. But
it's the expression that came to mind.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'm happy I got to sudden death mode. I thought it was Sochi, which I don't know the Olympic question.
Yes, that was 2010, I believe. 2014.
2014. Well, is that in Russia?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so I got that bit right as well. Yeah, I just forgot it was the Korean one.
Right country,
wrong year.
games.
Yeah. I'm not too disappointed. I think I got some lucky breaks in the first round. Second round there, I think the ones I knew I was fast on, but the ones I didn't, I was sort of in the dark. The game show question, to be honest, I was lucky to survive beyond that with the Monty Hall, the Let's Make a Deal. I just thought, is it the Monty Hall problem? It sounds like it could be, but it's not my wheelhouse. As Ash and Topper it very much is. I didn't spot the theme though. I don't know if anyone else in
Host.
Because had a host. Oh, David, you're so clever. You should seriously consider professional question writing. I think you'd be quite good at it.
And I would give a long lecture on the Monty Hall problem, but I don't think that's the time.
No, let's
The Prisoners of 11.
No. But I tell you what, Score, thank you very much for stepping in to host. It's been really good fun. It's a scarily pressurant, if that's a word, game, and it's very different from Face Off, which I think is possibly why we've seen such a disparity of finishes in this tournament. It's because there's just no time. You've got no time to think. You've got to. You get to digest the question and make a decision in those 5 seconds. Do I know this? Yes or no? And if you do, if you've got an idea, the answers might help. So yeah, it's been really good fun, and very many thanks to Bob, Ash, and Topper for taking part. To yourself, and as well, of course, to Colo and to David for writing. I'm going to sit quietly and watch the fireworks for the finale. Very best of luck to both Bash and Topper. I don't have a horse in this race. I just want to enjoy the fun. So good luck to you both. Yeah, good luck to you both, and I'll see you on the other side.
Indeed, and that leaves both of you, Ash and Topper. How are you feeling going into the final round since you're both here?
I'm quite surprised I did that well with that, actually.
Yeah, you had a real streak going until that final question.
Absolutely, I'm absolutely happy with that. I mean, there were some punts in there, but it's a multiple choice. You can get away with those sometimes.
And Topper, you definitely didn't slouch either. Only that one mistake until that final question. I'm feeling confident.
Oh, about half of those questions are complete guesses, lucky guesses. But
that's all you need sometimes.
Yeah, it could go either way in this final, I think.
It's all changed on the Twitch lobby leaderboard. Now cut that out ahead on 15, and a 3-way tie for second between Halo, DVD Smith, and Zeusless. Obviously, all of that can change within these final, potentially, 9 questions, as we go to play round 3, play or pass. This is the important round. You will face up to 9 multiple choice questions, and the time limit is still 10 seconds for each. And you will answer either A, B, C, or D, or 1, 2, 3, or 4 to Persephone's Twitch bot. Again, those in Twitch chat, that's all you need to do. However, you two have a slightly more interesting game to play. One of you at any given time will be the controlling player and will be given a category. You may either play the question or pass it to your opponent, with the controlling player switching with each question. If you answer the question correctly, whether it is one you took yourself or one that you have been passed, you will earn a point. Otherwise, that point goes to your opponents, and it is the first to 5 that wins. Not just this round, but the host's arena. That's all there is to it. I think that's everything that I need to explain. Ash, Topper, best of luck. Let's play or pass. Ash, as the current leader, you get to you get control of this first category.
Okay.
The first category is countdown, play or pass.
Ooh. Pass.
Topper, the question has been passed to you.
Okay.
And the question is, until 2018, which US state dropped a large peach to end the countdown to a new year? A. Arizona, B. Florida, C. Arkansas, or D. Georgia? You've answered.
Ah.
Swing and a miss. You went for C. It was D. Georgia. Nice try, Ash. You're up 1 point to none. Topper, you, however, are still in control for this second question. Golden balls, play or pass?
Oh. No, thank you.
Cheers.
Passing to you, Ash. The question is this. David Beckham, or Golden Balls, is co-owner of which US football team? Options are A. FC Dallas, B. DC United, C. Inter Miami, or D. Colorado Rapids. You've answered. You went for Inter Miami and you got Inter Miami. 2 points to none. You've taken a nice early lead in this game. And you are in control for the third category. The third category is Big Brother. Play or pass?
Pass.
A lot of passing going on in this game. Two very shy quizzes here. Topper, your question. Who is the eldest of the 4 acting Baldwin brothers?
God.
Options are A. Daniel, B. Alec, C. Stephen, or D. William. You've answered. Swing and a hit on Alec, B. Good job.
I'm finding myself glancing up at my top, at my right-hand monitor, my top monitor on the right-hand side for what the actual answer is, and then finding myself disappointed because I don't have the debug log.
Okay, Topper, your category is catchphrase, play or pass.
I'm going to buck the trend a bit.
You're playing the question on catchphrase, and the question is this. Which magician used the catchphrase just like that? Interrobang, separated by, I quote, A. Mac King, B. Tommy Cooper, C. David Nixon, D. Paul Daniels.
I know this
very
one.
Quickly. You went for Paul Daniels. It's B. Tommy Cooper. Making Fez's cool before Matt Smith did.
Tommy, Paul Daniels says, you'll like this, not a lot, but you'll like it. Anthony, the cool kid,
Ash,
welcome
you're
to the
leading 3
stream.
points to 1, and it is your category. Not quite match point yet. Your category is bullseye.
Oh. Go on then, let's continue this new trend.
Okay, you're playing this question, and your question is... A dog called Bullseye features in which Charles Dickens novel? That's the sound of nervousness. Answers are A. Oliver Twist, B. Bleak House, C. A Christmas Carol,
I
D.
know this
Great
one as well,
Expectations.
Can't remember.
They can't hear me in the game, but you can on
Yeah,
stream.
you can. A. Oliver Twist. It's Bill Sykes' dog, I believe.
At least I don't think they can hear me.
Okay, you are at match point. Topper, you are in control, and you need to choose wisely here because an incorrect answer from you or a correct answer from Ash hands in the game. Your category is Sale of the Century.
Oh dear.
Oh.
So, no sale. Ash, your question. Which British chain store did Dominic Chappell buy from Philip Green for £1? Options are A. C&A, B.
I know this one.
C. BHS, or D. Bins.
I think this is the one I think it is.
It is indeed what you think it is. 5 points to 1. Topper, I'm afraid, second place, but you have been eliminated.
Coughing and
how
spluttering
you
amongst the smoke.
Topper, brave effort, but that is unfortunately the game. 1 point to 5 defeat. How are you feeling?
Oh, I passed 2 questions that I knew. But yeah, that was a good game. Good battle for Mash. I'm happy to be second.
So perhaps it's not the right strategy from you. I think, is that why you played that third question? Because you just were fed up of passing the questions you knew?
No, I played the third category because I thought out of all the ones that have come up so far, I thought I'd have a better chance. Could have sworn that was Paul Daniels.
Yeah,
Paul Daniels was, you'll like this, not a lot, but you'll like it.
Oh, of course it is, yeah.
Yeah, of course. And Ash, What a way to come back after a week's break.
I know, right? Clearly, I need to be on the other side of things now. Just don't bother the hosting, just do the quizzing. But apparently, I know more than I thought.
Don't stop. Please don't stop, Ash.
No, honestly, a couple of those questions really did go my way. BHS was, it was like, that was the immediate one on mine. Because, I mean, the number of times I walked past what was the BHS store down the moor in Sheffield many years, I was like, oh, yeah, that's definitely been on my mind before. I got lucky with a few questions, and in this game, that's all that really matters. Essentially,
you got lucky with 5 questions, to be exact.
Well, yeah, obviously some of them were out of my hands, but still, yeah, very well played though. Topper to get to that, and also to Bob and to Ben as well. Some great gameplay there.
Very well played to all 4 of you. Honestly, it's been a nail-biting match sitting from this seat this entire time. So congratulations to all 4 of you. But I was about to say, everyone put their hands together for our host in the arena, I guess, Ash.
Woo!
That's right, I have to make it sound
Many claps.
No, I'm not going to do 500 questions now, DVD.
Yes, 500 questions celebration stream.
Oh god!
Good fun.
Don't remind me that there's the other thing that we now need to get working on. Ben.
I will flick back to the cams as someone said. First of all, massive thank you to David J. Bodycombe, not just for providing any old pack for the arena, but a clearly very well thought out bespoke pack for the 4 of us for this special event. Really lovely pack. So huge thanks to David for your efforts on that, and as well to Colo, who has gone through it and just double checked everything, even at the top end of the game. It's always good to have a second pair of eyes. So very grateful to the both of you. To Score Count, mate, thank you very much for jumping in. As one who's. It's a pleasure to have you here, but I mean, as someone who has hosted both now Face Off and the Arena, is there? I think you'd agree this one's slightly easier to manage.
Oh, it is. But like I blooming host Avanti on Altro winningly. I'm a hosting masochist.
Well, you've done a sterling job. You've done me proud, rather. So thank you very much again for your time in building up to it, and for your hosting this evening. And a message from our sponsor, Digital David.
Thank you, Jay, for wonderful questions, and Ben for a great stream.
Thank you very much for the 100 bits, David, and for your kind words there. Very much appreciated. Score, always a pleasure. Thank you very much indeed for stepping into that. Very grateful to, and do enjoy fiddling with the build if you're so inclined to. You've got it at your end. To my 3 opponents, Ash, Topper, Bob. Thank you very much indeed for coming to join us this evening. It's always fun to do these events every once in a while. And Ash, I'm definitely not keeping score. But I think it's probably a tie. Let's call it a tie, and we'll see what happens.
Not, especially when we're going to be re-evaluating it in about a month's time.
We'll re-evaluate it in a few weeks, and we'll see where we're at. But at the moment, I'm sure it's a tie. Just before, obviously, because thank you very much for taking the time to be here. I'll just go around you one at a time. If you'd like to just mention something you want to promote, we'll start. Bob, do give us a flavour of what you do, and I'll give you a shout out in the chat.
Yes. So right now I'm taking a little break from streaming, but I may come back later in the month. So go to Buzzer Bob. I started hosting also a new game show called Without a Clue. That was a Pokemon themed game show, so that should be up on YouTube soon, and we'll do a few more of those, and then do some more Pokemon playthroughs and start some more quizzing actually on my channel soon. So. Should be really exciting. So look forward to that in the next couple of months.
Does sound good. Yes, I forgot to say that Bob's sort of taking a short hiatus at the moment, but great guy. Do go give him a follow for when he's back up online. Really great guy. And Bob, thank you very much for being here. Topper, and I'm also very well aware that the sort of the Venn diagram of people who watch this stream as watch Ash's and Topper's and Bob's is approaching a circle. But Topper, if you'd like to just give us a few words about what you've got coming up and what you do.
Well, I stream every Sunday at 8 p.m. UK time, doing a similar thing that Ash and Ben does. tomorrow I'll be doing my own original game, Elimination, with questions by Quizzle and JC Eurovision Fan. It's going to be an awesome day. Do join if you want, of course.
Thank you very much, Topper, and do go give Topper a follow. Great guy, and good, clearly a better quizzer than me. So Topper, do go give him a little follow there. And Bash and Raid Mendez with the raid just in time for the end of the night. Although the temptation to play spontaneous spotlight is always there. Welcome Mendez to the stream. Thank you very much for that raid. I will make a decision on that in a minute. Just before we do, Ash again. Venn diagram comparison holds true. But Ash, just give us a few words. I know you've just finished season 8, 9, 8.
Yes, we finished 8.
8. Yes. What's the drill with yourself at the moment?
So we've just finished season 8 with that wonderful charity stream, 500 Questions Part 2. I'm actually was in the middle of exporting a rough part of that so they can upload those to YouTube. So that'll be up at some point in the next week or so, hopefully. In the meantime, next week we start off with a new season. I do need to do a Dukes draw, so I'll probably do that at the beginning of the Wednesday stream, and then we will do the Great Dukes Reset, and then start off with some wonderful Secret Fortune. We've got some packs by Diamond Ninja and Alex, or aka Oni. And then on Friday we've got the ever wonderful return of Winning Lines as well. So that's a great start to the new season. There will be some breakaway tournament action as well across the season, but that starts a bit later down the line, and I need to sort of discuss the rules of the tournament and get questions sorted for that as well. If you do want to write any questions for me, there's information in the stream schedule as to what packs are required, what game shows there are. And and we've got other stuff happening as well with the donation incentives. So I'm playing Trumpet Plays Keep Talking Nobody Explodes. That's going to be a load of fun and a load of madness. And we're going to be in the Duel Arena once again, Ben.
Oh yeah, I look forward to that. Who won? I genuinely can't remember who won the last one.
I can't remember.
I want to say you, but I think I won Millionaire, and then it was a tie on Countdown or something like that.
Something along those lines, yeah.
It's a tie.
I'm taking this win though as a win count. So yeah. That's near the end of this month is the duel between me and Ben, and a duel royale as well to kick things off there as well. So lots of fun to have in season 9.
Fantastic. Do go and give Ash a follow. It has to be said, I mean, I wouldn't be here doing what I'm doing now if it weren't for Ash. Ash has always been a big inspiration for me, not just from the game show point of view, but from the very basic coding point of view. And particularly Keep Talking Nobody Explodes, which is a game that I think you and I would agree we both have an interesting history with.
Oh, yeah.
But it was sort of the gateway drug into programming for me, I suppose, which is a game I started modding. So if you're going to catch any of Ash's streams, that will definitely be one to watch. The Catane Trumpet Plays Catane. Was it Wednesday week, Friday week?
That one's on a special day. That was actually on Monday. On the 21st of March. So it's a non-quiz day, but definitely tune in if you can on Monday.
Fantastic. I think we are going to do some spontaneous spotlights. So if you fancy doing that, to be fair, I think we played Spotlight once this season. We played it in the charity stream, and we played it once in the other time. The other time we got cancelled because it's like, it's an easy game to do. We do it spontaneously all the time. So I don't quite feel like stopping just yet. So I think we'll do some spontaneous Spotlight. Once again, a massive thanks to David, Colo, Score, Bob, Topper and Ash for agreeing to come and do this. This is the first of 3 rewards for a message from our sponsor Zeusless.
# spontaneous spotlight dumpling hole.
Dumpling hole, yes, thank you very much for 100 bits on Zeus. And yes, spontaneous spotlight is spontaneous. You might need to give me a couple of minutes because I've got a load of packs that have come in that I haven't yet added to the database because spontaneous spotlight is spontaneous and I haven't done it. I may just run with the pack that we've got for now. A dumpling hole is definitely going to be the raid message. And yeah, we'll figure it out from there. I may just leave them now, just jump into the game. But Once again, big thank you both to the people directly involved with this hosting the arena and also to everybody who helped to raise money to make this a thing. Very, very much appreciated, as are the good people at Fetch a Dog from our charity stream back at the end of January. We're going to take a short break just while I get everything wired up, and then we will be doing some spontaneous spotlight, which I haven't yet done the pennies for, so I'm going to have to use the controller app if I can remember how to use it. Don't go away, because we will be right back. Score, I'm going to hand back over to you, and I will see everyone in a few minutes' time.
I will take that as permission to say a few final words. Especially at times like these, everyone, do look after yourselves, and make sure you know what resources are out there, and please remember that all of you together make this the best community, best set of communities that any chocobo, human, or whatever could ask to be a part of. So, thank you all. And good night.
Thank you again to Score for hosting right there. I've just got to go and assist in getting a duvet cover onto our bed, and then I'm going to be setting up the game. Don't go away, don't touch that dial. We'll be right back with some spontaneous spotlight. Stay there, we'll be back soon. 100% certain that there are things that need to be tweaked and fixed and made better in this game, because it seems to be a staple of game night and a bit of a mainstay game. But there's a few things that I need to tweak with it. Not least of all, automating the pennies, because tonight I'm going to actually have to use the app. The plan was not to use the app for anything else again, but I don't want to go into a dev stream just now, so we'll just do the app as it is. EJJW, if you want to come and play Spotlight, it is niche-ish trivia, as written by our community here. You get a chance to get into the Spotlight. It's sort of got a 500 questions vibe to it, in that if you get 2 out of 3 wrong at any point, you are eliminated from the Spotlight and a different player comes into play. You get points in the wings, which is the podiums you're populating at the moment, and you get points in the Spotlight. They run on a slightly different point system, in that there is gold, silver and bronze for how you perform in the wings, and then there is a leaderboard for the total that you end up with in the Spotlight. The idea is you want to be in the Spotlight as much as possible, because the longer you're in the Spotlight, the more points you can gain, and then in the final round, which is comprised of all of the categories that we've seen up to that point, you get that many points per question. So if you finish in the Spotlight on 20 points, every question in the final will be worth 20 points. If you finish in the Spotlight on 3 points, every question in the final will be worth 3. So, Royal Flush presents, yes, 23 questions. It's not quite at the same level as Ash's 500 questions epic, although apparently we've been going for some time now. OBS will tell me if I look in the right place. 3.5 hours, which is about right for a special Saturday night stream. Right, if you want to join midway through the game, you can do that by entering the code at any time, EJJW. But for now, we need to put a player into the Spotlight. Let's order the game and put a player in the Spotlight. Bull and Boar. New player to the stream. I've only seen you for the first time this evening, but it's lovely to have you here. Bull and Boar, as I'm sure you have surmised from the rest of the evening's games, you answer by whispering to the bot. This is a multiple choice game, A, B or C. And to confirm that you are indeed still here, you need to type something, anything you like, to Persephone's Twitch bot. It will confirm that you are still here, and then you will go to the Spotlight board. Let me read the categories first before you pick something. So these are all written by our players. We've got blank by Samster. That is probably a bug. I'm going to re-roll that category. No offense, Samster, but just so that we've got something very clear. There we go. So we have got Doctor Who by Itsotley, Marvelous Food by Now Cut That Out, Spitting Image by Clive of Legend, and I will say, because Topper mentioned this to me earlier on when he sent a pack in, that we've not had any picture rounds up until now. I'm pretty sure C, Spitting Image by Clive of Legend, is a picture round. We've not seen one before in Spotlight, but that's a thing. Kansas City by Tabstop, Detective Conan by Dogfish, Japanese Pro Wrestling by Oni, Big Brother by Zeusless, and General Knowledge by The Lupine One. So, Bull and Boar, to select a category over the course of the game, 6 of these categories will be presented to the audience. There are 3 questions in each category, and that's all there is to it. So if you'd like to select a category by whispering a letter A through H to Persephone's Twitch bot, we're starting with Marvelous Food by Now Cut That Out. Toot, you won't be able to partake in this round, but you will get 3 free points, and you will get your allotment of author pennies. I think, is it 10 pennies or 20 pennies per pack? I can't remember. It might even be 15. If you want to play your Joker, which gives you double points if you're right, but costs you a point if you're wrong, it's a bit of a wild cardy sort of round. You can play 1 per game, and there are 6 categories that we'll face. It's 3 exclamation marks into the chat, and if you want to play it, you need to type that now. Maybe me activating a Joker. You don't have to play a Joker. There's another person behind that exclamation mark there that I can't see. Double points do count if you are in the Spotlight as well. DVD Smith and AB me activating Jokers on this round. So you get double points if you're right, but you will lose a point if you're wrong. Now Cut That Out, already there on 3 points because I wrote the pack, but of course you won't be able to answer these questions. Good luck to you all. Let's go to the question board. If I focus on the right window. There we go. So it's Marvelous Food. It's A, B or C. 10 seconds for each. And here's the first question. Sales of which dish soared after its prominent appearance in The Avengers? Was it sashimi, shawarma, or spaghetti? Half an hour. was shawarma. I don't know why I thought it was sashimi. Shawarma is in the post-credits scene of the first Avengers movie. If you gave me B, you'll go green. If not, you're going to go red. Bull and Boar off to a good start right there, getting a single point, and strong start. A few red lights there, but still plenty of time. Let's go to question number 2. Yeah, wait for the bot to prompt you to answer, DVD Smith, is always my advice in this game, because it's not necessarily an exact science, especially if you've got latency. Bad luck on that one. Here's the second question for you. Which of these is a real $99.99 quantum-sized sandwich available at Disneyland? Is it the superhero, the Bruce Banner-me, or the Pim-Emi? Answer now. Let's see, the Pim-Emi, is it Howard Pym or Harold Pym? Howard Pym. Pym particles. The Pim-Emi is a real $99.99 quantum-sized sandwich available at Disneyland. If you gave me C, you're going to go green. If not, you're going to go red. Hank Pym, thank you. And who began with an H? Ant-Man says the word quantum a lot. It definitely does. But boy, you've gone red. That's a wrong answer. One more wrong answer. You will be ejected from the spotlight. Let's go back to the marvellous questions for now. Panino. That's a singular, isn't it? Advertised by a claymation shark, Yo Magic is a strawberry yogurt whose advert is shown in which Marvel TV series? Is it WandaVision, Jessica Jones, or Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Answer now. Surely this is A. Yes, it is. WandaVision. Should be a capital V there. My bad for not catching that. WandaVision is the answer. If you gave me A, you'll go green. If not, you're going to go red. And a solid sea of green, apart from Topper just getting a red light there. But Bull and Boar, you've got 2 out of 3. Good start for you. You get to pick the next category. So, Doctor Who by Totley, Spitting Image by Clive, Kansas City by Tabstop, Detective Conan by Dogfish, Japanese Pro Wrestling by Oni, Big Brother by Zeus, or General Knowledge by The Lupine One. And I will remind you that C is a picture round, which means you do get more time, but I can't do anything about latency. Where are you going to go? You're exhausted on your knowledge of the arena. Fair play, Topper. For the first time, oh my god, I hope this works. For the first time, we are seeing a picture round in Spotlight. The capacity has been there from the beginning, but it has never been seen in live play. It worked in testing. I've since rebuilt the game, or certainly recompiled the player prefs. So we're going to get a picture round. You do get slightly longer, but of course I can't do anything about the latency because I can't post pictures to Twitch chat. If you would like to use your Joker on Spitting Image, it's 3 exclamation marks into the chat. Double points if you're right, but minus a point if you're wrong. If you get it wrong in regular play, you don't lose a point. But it's 3 exclamation marks to the chat now. It's Spitting Image by Clive of Legend. Maybe you can only use one, but it is not mandatory. Brand new Halo activating. Innis BC proves all activating Jokers on this round. Topper also activating a Joker right here. And there's your time up. Proves, Topper, Brand New Halo, Innis and BC all activating Jokers on this round. Double points for you if you're right, but minus 1 if you're wrong. Let's go to the question board on Spitting Image. Bull and Boar, a reminder, you must get this question right. Any 2 out of 3 wrong and you will be ejected from the spotlight and a player will replace you. Let's go to the question board. And keep our fingers crossed that this works. Spitting Image, question number 1. Which of these was Prime Minister for the longest period of time? Pog. A, B, or C? Answer now. It was A. That is supposed to be Margaret Thatcher right there. I can't believe you didn't joke at this. Thatcher is Pog. No. Strike that from the record this second. Innis C. No. I do not believe Margaret Thatcher is Pog. I believe the pictures generally were Pog. You are terrible. Or awful. Order! I must call for that right now. If you gave me A, you're going to go green. If not, you're going to go red. God, I hope this works. Good. That looks like it's about right. Lots of green lights there. A was the answer. We nearly didn't say peg. Margaret Thatcher point stature. Very nice indeed. Bull and Boar, you have a buy on this next question. If you get it wrong, you will get to face another question. Let's go back to the question board. In November 2020, the Prime Minister's chief advisor on the ministerial code resigned after Boris Johnson said he had full confidence in whom? A, B, or C? Answer now. From left to right, Dominic Cummings, Dominic Raab and Priti Patel. The answer was C, Priti Patel. This was to do, she was accused of bullying in the workplace, and she was found to have broken the ministerial code, and Boris Johnson said, fuck all that, because that doesn't apply to me, because I'm better than you little people. I fucking hate our country sometimes. Anyway, let's not get into politics. Yeah, B is Dominic Raab, A was Dominic Cummings, C was Priti Patel. If you gave me C, Priti Patel, you are going to go green. If not, you're going to go red. Oh, yeah, there's a latency. That's what you get, more time by default, DVD Smith, but it's it's part of the medium, one of those things. Let's have a look who got it right. Bull and Boar going red. That's another red light, another wrong answer in the next two questions. You will be eliminated from the game. You still got it right, DVD Smith, to be fair. Let's not get into politics during the spitting image round. Yeah, I suppose I'll get very angry. Order! Let's go back to the question board. Final question on spitting image. Which of these was named 2019 Time Person of the Year? A, B, or C? Answer now. From left to right, then, that is Greta Thunberg, Piers Morgan, and Kanye West. I believe the answer was A, Greta Thunberg. I think it's Piers Morgan, DVD Smith. A, Greta Thunberg was the answer. Why did I not joke at this round, is what Shapes is saying. Ted Cruz. I mean, it could be Ted Cruz, to be fair. Let's take a look. As we said, there's an oops from Bull and Boar in the chat. Let's see how we fared. Green if you're right, red if you're not. Oh, Bull and Boar, you've gone red. That is 2 out of 3 incorrect. Valiant effort to get through 2 full rounds, but unfortunately at this point, we have to eject you from the spotlight. You went Kanye. Good a guess as any. Topper finally getting some points on the board. Bull and Boar, you have been ejected from the spotlight after 2 question packs. But we've got another 4 to get through, so we need to put a new player into the spotlight. Toot, you are in the spotlight again. This has a preference based on the more points you have, the more likely you are to get into the spotlight. Think of them as raffle tickets, but Toot, it has selected you for the spotlight. Currently on 5, but you do get reset to 0 within the spotlight if you are still here. Whisper to the bot to confirm anything you like to the bot to confirm you're still here, and we will go back to the category board. So, Toot, you've got a choice of Doctor Who by Ed Sotley, Kansas City by Tabstop, and okay, I won't finish reading the options. I guess that's fine too. Detective Conan by Dogfish, Japanese Pro Wrestling by Oni, Big Brother by Zeus, and General Knowledge by the Lupin One. You have elected for Big Brother by Zeus. Zeus, you won't be able to answer these questions, but you will get 3 free points, and of course your pennies for writing the pack. Anyone else who hasn't played their Joker yet, double points if you are right, -1 if you're wrong if you do play your Joker, and it's 3 exclamation marks to the chat if you want to do that now. Unsurprisingly, Toot activating a multiplier here, or a Joker, I should say. Is he going to be alone in that capacity? It is indeed just Toot who is playing the Joker on this round. So double points for you here, Toot, for the right answers you give, -1 if you're wrong. It does ground you at 0, so you can't drop below 0. Let's go to the question board. Question 1. The TV show Big Brother got its name from a character in a novel by which author? Is it Harper Lee, George Orwell, or Emily Bronte? Answer now. George Orwell novel being 1984. Let's go back to top chat over saying top one. Hey, the idea is there's an easy, medium, and hard in each pack. That's the logic. Let's have a look and see how you fared. Nice to see a sea of green there. Let's go back to the question board. Question 2. On which season of Big Brother did Nikki Graham achieve her best result? Ultimate Big Brother UK, Big Brother Canada 4, or Big Brother UK 7? Answer now. But the late Nikki Graham very sadly passed away towards the end of last year, I believe. Which was her best? It was Ultimate Big Brother UK, made famous originally in Big Brother 7, but did her best performance on Ultimate Big Brother UK. Rest in peace. Let's see, if you gave me A, you'll go green. If not, you're going to go red. Toot managing to find the answer. Quite a few red answers up there, but Toot is up to 4 points in the spotlight and 9 in the wings. One more question. Toot, you will get to pick the next category. Let's go to question 3 on Big Brother. The winner of Big Brother US 2 and third place in Big Brother US All-Stars shares their surname with which video game character? Is it Zelda, Kirby, or Mario? Answer now. Toot saying he was 4th. Mario, indeed. But the answer was Kirby. Janelle was 3rd. Oh, has Zeus got a my bad on the question? One of those is a surname. Apparently so. Kirby. Is that the French disease? We just restored it and now we destroyed it again. Oh, that's not what I'm here to do. I'm not here to end friendships. The answer was B, Kirby. If you gave me Kirby, you're going to go green. If not, you're going to go red. Despite the protestations from our spotlight player, Toot have managed to find the right answer. 3 for 3, going strong halfway through the game. 3 categories to go. Toot, pick a category. Doctor Who, Kansas City, Detective Conan, Japanese Pro Wrestling, or general knowledge? Where you go next? Now it's a struggle. We're going for general knowledge, as written by Lupine. Lupine, if you are here, you won't be able to play in this particular round, but you will get your author credits, your pennies, and you'll get 3 free points in the game. If you want to play your Joker on general knowledge, 3 exclamation marks to the chat now. Lewis, Zeus, Jers, Apodo, Quizzle, Shapes, all activating here on general knowledge. Remember, we'll only get through 6 of these categories. You don't have to play a Joker, but you can do if you like. So, Shapes, Jers, Quizzle, Lugaroo, Apodo, Lewis, Bullenbor, Zeus, and Listwitz, all activating Jokers on this round. Double points if you get it right, but remember, you do lose a point if you get it wrong. No penalty for abstention if you choose to abstain from the question and you're playing your Joker. So if you don't know, if you find a question you don't know, do abstain, because you don't lose points if you abstain, you only lose points if you give a wrong answer. Let's go to the question board. It's general knowledge, it's by Lupine, and here's your first question. In the Dukes of Hazzard, what flag is painted on the roof of the car, known as General Lee? Is it the Confederate flag, the United States flag, or the Union Jack? Answering now. The answer is A, the Confederate flag. Cognitive dissonance defined for you. I feel compelled to point out that the Union Jack is only the Union Jack when it is flown at sea. It is the Union flag. Otherwise, the cognitive dissonance comes from the fact that I also proofed this pack and should have caught that. My bad. Although Union Jack is also generally an accepted term for the flag when flying in a row, but traditionally the Union Jack is at sea, the Union flag is on land. A, the Confederate flag is the answer. Green if you're right. Sea of green by and large over there. Let's go to question number 2. Is it always Union Jack? Okay, well, I defer to superior knowledge on the score count, who's much more of a vexillologist than I am. Question 2. The New Jersey Generals were a franchise of which American Football League, which ran between 1983 and 1985 with a revival owned by Fox Sports planned to launch in 2022? World Football League, United States Football League, or XFL? Answer now. Long question there. Long question, slightly tricky one. It's the United States Football League is what we're after there. B. If you gave me B, you'll go green. If not, you're going to go red. Toot still being strong in the spotlight, which means you will get to pick the next category. 3 for 3 out of the last 3. Let's go to question 3. Which of these car brands is not owned by General Motors? I'm getting a deja vu here. Is it Buick, Chrysler, or Cadillac? Answer now. Someone wrote this recently. Was it Samster in the Arena, possibly? The only reason this sticks out, I think it's Chrysler. It is Chrysler. The only reason this sticks out is because Buick was spelt like the Swan, B-E-W-I-C-K, when it's B-U-I-C-K. It was one of the things I corrected when proofing it. Was it Quizzle? It was recent. It was very, very recent. I don't think it was 500 questions. I'm pretty sure I proofed this and I didn't do any proofing on 500 questions. Maybe it was Lupine. Very recently, this has come up on game night. And I can't remember what it was, but the answer was B, Chrysler. And if you gave me that, you go green. If not, you're going to go red. Green is good for Toot. 3 for 3. Again, you're at 9 points in the spotlight, which means every question in the final will be worth 9 points at this point. 14 in the wings, which is also a good score to stand you instead for a medal with 2 packs to go. Toot and Zeus have 14. DVD Smith have 13. Quizzle and Lugaroo both have 12. Still got 2 packs to get through. Let's go back to the category board. 2 of these remaining 4 categories need to be picked. One of them at least is going to be by you. Doctor Who, Kansas City, Detective Conan or Japanese Pro Wrestling. We are going for Kansas City as written by Tabstop. Penny's going to Tabstop for this, and if you're in the game Tabstop, you'll get some free points as well. If you want to play your Joker, it's penultimate opportunity to do so. Double points if you're right, -1 if you're wrong. It's 3 exclamation marks to the chat on Kansas City, and you need to do that now. Tumbleweed. Nobody fancying this. Remember, a Joker is not mandatory. This is your penultimate opportunity to play it. Nobody playing the joke here, so no one is going to lose points on this question, but no one's going to be getting double either. Toot, you've chosen Kansas City. Let's go to the question board. And question 1. Most of Kansas City is in what US state? Is it Missouri, Nebraska, or Kansas? Answer now. Missouri, one of those red herrings you saw. Of course, that's just silly. Yeah, the majority of Kansas City is in Missouri, not Kansas State. If you gave me A, Missouri, you'll go green. If not, you're going to go red. Most people getting it right, not everybody, but most people. Well done if you've gone green. Let's go back to the board. Named after the river. Thank you very much for the factlet there, brand new Edo. Northwestern University is in Chicago. Question 2. The Kings were Kansas City's NBA team until they moved to which western city in 1985? Was it Tacoma, Sacramento, or Portland? Answer now. And we are out of wine and out of time, which means this is definitely going to be the last game of the night. The answer was B, Sacramento. If you gave me B, you'll go green. If not, you're going to go red. Toot powering through, yet to drop a beat in the spotlight. 11 questions now and a lot of green in the wings as well. So Toot is going to get to pick the last category. Whether he'll survive to the final remains to be seen. Let's go back to the question board. Question 3 on Kansas City. What chocolate company, maker of boxed assortments, has been headquartered in Kansas City since 1932? Is it A, B, Russell Stover, or C, Taza? Answer now. Ghirardelli? Ghirardelli, Russell Stover, or Taza? Ghirardelli. Thank you very much, Lugaru, for the pronunciation on that one, Ghirardelli. Which was not the right answer. It was B, Russell Stover. If you gave me B, you're going to go green. If not, DVD Smith say there goes my perfect streak. If not, you're going to go red. Toot powering through here. Lots of red in the wings, but Toot yet to drop a beat in the spotlight. If he gets one more question right, he is almost guaranteed a place in the fight. Actually, if he gets 2 questions right, he's guaranteed a place in the fight. If you get question 2 of the final category right too, you're guaranteed a place in the final. Let's just take a look at some of these wings scores. DVD Smith on 15, Quizzle Lugaru also on 15. Zeus ahead on 16, as is Lewis. Toot currently ahead in the wings on 17, currently standing to be a spotlight leaderboard holder as well as a gold medalist, but all of that could change as we go to the final category, which Toot is going to pick for us. Doctor Who, Detective Conan, or Japanese pro wrestling? What's it going to be? I know what I want you to pick. I know toppers of one mind with me. You go for Detective Conan by Dogfish. So Dogfish, I don't think Dogfish is in the game, but pennies will be assigned as well as author credits. Last chance to use your Joker on this round. Use it or lose it. Double points for right answers, -1 for wrong answers. The category is Detective Conan by Dogfish. 3 exclamation marks into the chat if you want to play your Joker now. Chat, if we're going to give it a go. It is that thing, you might as well use it. If you don't know, you can just abstain. I suppose Bitter Otter and Coda, I think the only 2 players to abstain from using a Joker in this game. Jack Wilfred is going to give it a go, and if he doesn't know, I'm sure he'll abstain, but if he knows, he's going to get 2 points. Let's go to the question board. In which fictional town, named after the street that Sherlock Holmes lived on, is the vast majority of Detective Conan set in? Is it Hidocho, Okahucho, or Bakercho? Answer now. Forgive my pronunciation. I really hoped it was C. Bakercho, named after Baker Street, 221B. We just finished rewatching all of Stephen Moffat's Sherlock. Stephen Moffat and Mark Gatiss' Sherlock. Very entertaining. C, Bakercho was the right answer. And if you gave him that, you go green. If not, you're going to go red. Oh, Toot abstaining from this one. Maybe you got in a little early, or maybe the bot ate it, but Toot, that is a red strike against your name. Abstention in the spotlight does count as the wrong answer. So, pressure on to get this next one right. If you get question, I know I said before, too early, bad luck. Question 2 was a guarantee into the final, but you now got to get question 2 and question 3 right if you want to go through to the final. This does make it very interesting, you getting an answer in early. Let's go to question 2. And if Toots gets either of these next ones wrong, we are going to have a random player in the spotlight for the final. Question 2. In which martial art, where practitioners would use a bokken, is Haiji Hattori skilled? Is it Kyoto, Kendo, or Sojutsu? Answer now. Speed Kendo is the only one I'd heard of. Not sure if the other 2 are actual things, but let's find out. If you gave me Beat Kendo, you go green. If not, you're going to go red. Toot clinging on for now. 13 points in the spotlight, 18 in the wings, and it all hinges on this last question. If Toot gets this right, he is playing for 14 points per question in the final and a potential shot at the top of the spotlight leaderboard. If not, it will be someone pulled in from the wings. Let's go to the third question. Who's the mangaka for the Detective Conan series? Gosho Aoyama, Ichiro Oda, or Hiromu Arakawa? Answer now, and make Ben say things. Hashtag make Ben say things. A, Gosho Aoyama, Aroyama. When in doubt, Charlie out. A blind guess from DVD Smith, but with a ha-ha makes me think he's maybe got the right answer. Did anyone else? Green if you're right. Red if you're not. Oh, 2! You sly dog, you have gotten the right answer along with a handful of other players in the wings. And that does mean you are going to be in the Spotlight final playing for 14 points per question. 14 is your guaranteed minimum win at this point. I'm going to take a look at the Penny database, which I haven't updated yet tonight, but I will do before I go to bed. Leaderboards and medal tables. Let's go to... what are we playing? Spotlight leaderboard. Ian Dominic Gaming has the lead with 56, quite a substantial lead actually. Second is Prudes with 18 at the moment. So 56 is what you're chasing, but Toot, you are going through to the final at 14 points per question, which means you've got a potential maximum of 84 points available. That would be a very solid position on the leaderboard. Let's go to the final. So, Spotlight Knowledge is the final. Thank you to Oni and Sotley for your pro-Japanese wrestling and Doctor Who packs. They will be recycled back into the database and hopefully seen another time. Spotlight Knowledge is the final round. You will get one question from every category that we've seen, bar one, which will sadly be lost. There is something on the to-do list where I want to add this to the closing credits so people have a chance to guess at it and isn't completely lost, but 5 of the 6 categories that we've seen will be rolled into this final question pack. You get 5 questions for every question you get right. Toot, you will get 14 points. Everyone else in the lobby, you get the standard rate of 1 point per question. And in this game, points equal 5 times pennies, so whatever you get in points times it by 5, that's what we will give you in pennies. Spotlight Knowledge is the final round. Let's go to the question board. Question number 1. In the Spitting Image song, I've Never Met a Nice South African, who's the only named exception? Is it A. Nelson Mandela, B. Brayton Breitenbach, or C. P.W. Botha? Answer now. And this is the exception. There is no capacity at the moment for picture rounds in the final, so the Spitting Image question from Clive of Legend will just be a standard question. The answer is B. Breitenbach. Now, of course, at this point, 2 cannot be eliminated from the spotlight, but there's a lot of points at stake here. So Clive obviously wouldn't be able to answer this question, and if your question does come up in the final, you won't be able to answer it, such as the restrictions of the game. You've already had some free points from it. B was the answer. Green if you were right. First faltering in the spotlight from Toot right there. Just 2 players getting the right answer. 3 players, beg your pardon. Innis, Topper and Apodo getting the correct answer to that question. Toot, you stay at 14. Let's go back to the question board. Which judge from RuPaul's Drag Race has not been a contestant on a version of Big Brother? Is it Carson Creasley, Michelle Visage, or Ross Matthews? Answer now. Thanks to Zeus for this question. You won't be able to answer. And just a clarification from Zeus, question was written in 2021, which makes me think this may no longer be accurate. A. Carson Creasley was the right answer. Carson was on this most recent Celebrity Big Brother US, so of the other 2 were, this is an older question, such as the nature of using a database that is written over a number of weeks and months. If you gave me A. Carson Creasley, you'll go green. If not, you're going to go red. Toot finding his feet again and getting another 14 points on that question. You got to 28, and only a handful of other players getting right. BC, Colo, Topper, Toot and Shapes getting a right answer. Back to question 3. In which year was the first episode of American soap opera General Hospital first broadcast? Was it 1968, 1963, or 1972? Answer now. Thanks to Lupine for this question. Well, I was wrong on that. I was going to guess 1968, but apparently the answer was B, 1963. More spontaneous in spotlights in the future to use up questions before they go stale. It's a good plan. I was just going to check my log. Jack Wilfred once again doing his thing that he does on this game where he answers several hundred times. My log is now entirely consisting of Jack Wilfred, almost. Don't blame me, Jack, if you've got some delay on the stream. It's a good thing to do. And just to clarify, the database contains 117 question packs. Of those, 60 have been used and 57 are unused, and 21 have distinct authors, because in this game you need distinct authors. So still plenty of mileage in Spotlight, plus I've got, I think, 5 or 6 that I need to add to the database. The answer was B, 1963. If you gave me that, you go green. If not, you're going to go red. 2 powering on up to 42. One more correct answer, and you will be tying at the top. 2 more correct answers and you will take the top of the leaderboard, and that will take some beating. Up to 42 so far. Question number 4. Let's take a look. The R&B standard Kansas City is by what songwriting partnership? Is it Lieber and Stoller, Ashford and Simpson, or Holland Dozier Holland? Answer now. Thank you to, was it Dogfish, I think, who wrote the Kansas City questions? Apologies if I'm wrong on that one. I do need to add a little thing at the top which says, try again, hello Dogfish. Who wrote the Kansas City questions? Tabstop. It was Tabstop. Tabstop writing Kansas City. What did you write, Dogfish? I'm pretty sure you were on the cards tonight. I forgot which one you wrote. But thank you to Tabstop for this question. Lieber and Stoller was the right answer, A, and if you gave me that, you go green. If not, you're going to go red. A handful of answers: Prug, Zeus, and Toot. The only 3, and Toot now up to 56. You are tying at the top of the Spotlight leaderboard at this point, Toot. Can you go all the way and take the top spot with a score of 70? We will see. Detective Conan, that was it. Thank you, Dogfish. One more question. Is it going to be Detective Conan, or is it going to be the other category that we haven't seen yet? Good luck. What is the title of the first chapter of Detective Conan, published on the 5th of January 1994? Is it a Shower Sherlock, the Meiji Moriarty, or the High C Holmes? Answer now. Lovely question there. Apologies for the weird diacritic and the typo in that question there. And thank you to Dogfish for this question. This one is definitely Dogfish. The answer is C, the High C Holmes. And if you gave me C, you'll go green. If not, you'll go red. Oh, Toot!
Pain.
You're tied at the top, but you will be second because you are second alphabetically to Ian Dominic. You finish on 56 points. Handful of people getting the right answer there. Podo Shakes, Bitter Otter, and Prugs. Very well played to you. And at the end of the game, Toot finished in the spotlight on a joint high score of 56, and our Wings players' medals are assigned as follows. It is going to be Toot who takes home the gold medal, so joint top of the leaderboard, plus the gold medal from the game. DVD Smith picking up the bronze, Lewis and Zeus sharing the silver right there. Let me add these on because I've still got to use the app for this. Another reason to not use the app is that it's really difficult to use when you're pissed. Let's go Lewis T, because he's further to the top first, and then I'll have Zeus's on afterwards. Lewis T and DVD Smith taking the bronze. Our hot seat player is now cut that out, and your spotlight points are 56. Let's award those medals right there. Toot, Lewis, DVD Smith, and now cut that out. Yes, and then I need to retroactively add Zeusless's silver medal. Set silver medal as joint second with 20 points. Award medals, Pog. Done. There we go. That's the thing I want to automate in the game, which will take me about 25 minutes, but it will save me over the course of an undisclosed amount of time, lots of time. Toot, very, very well played to you there, taking home the top of the leaderboard and the gold medal. Very well done as well to Lewis and Zeus, taking the silver, and DVD Smith taking the bronze. And everyone else who has played, you will get 5 pennies for every point that you have on your podium at the end of that game. And that is the end of the game and the end of the night. So, 12:15. We're tipping over into Sunday. Thank you all so much for joining me for what has been a spectacular evening. I've had a huge amount of fun. The Hive, Ash taking home, I can't even remember how much, was it 380 possibly, but a great game of the Hive there, and then lovely Abyss questions, a great fun in the Abyss there. Really good fun to have a message from our sponsor Zeusless.
This was such a fun stream. Thank you, Potato Poodle.
Potato Poodle, thank you very much for the 200 bits there, Zeusless. I think it's got to be Dumpling Hole if we're going to raid, though. Dumpling Hole is not superseded by Potato Poodle, but I'm very grateful for the 200 bits, or whatever it was, quite right. Thank you to all our question writers from Spotlight this evening, and very many thanks to David and my guests who come to join me for hosting the arena, and special thanks to Score who's come to host the game as well. That is going to be it for this evening because I need to go to bed and possibly have a nightcap before I do. We're going to raid with the message Dumpling Hole. We're going to go and raid Messi or Joey, Sonic Adventure or software and game development. You decide. What's it going to be? Afraid of Messi a lot, but Sonic Adventure. Zeus says Sonic Adventure. Any more votes? Because we'll go Joey Baby 69. We'll raid Joey. If there's no one else to vote, we'll raid Joey. Joey Baby 69 with the message Dumpling Hole. Thank you all so much for joining me. I will be back on Tuesday with double red herrings from Cycle Space and Oni, two very, very clever packs, I have to say. The glance that I've had of them, I'm going to proof them properly, or someone is going to proof them properly before Tuesday. We've also got Big Break making a return, more snooker fun. Majority of the questions, I have to say, have been written by Colo because it uses a central database. So Big Break, double red herrings, and we have got another arena game happening, one of the tournament games, due to me being in Reykjavik on Thursday week. So I'm not going to be able to do the arena that night, so we're having to move the schedules, the fixtures, to make that work. So that's going to be happening on Tuesday. In the interim, Topper is here tomorrow night with Elimination, one of his own games. I think my memory is working there. I will double check in his stream schedule. Yes, it is Elimination tomorrow. JC Eurovision fan and Quizzle writing questions. Bash is launching Season 9 on Wednesday with Secret Fortune, so do go give him a follow if you're not doing so already. I'll be back on Tuesday with double red herrings, Big Break and the arena, and Only Connect as well to warm us up from Proobs. Looking forward to all of that. I will not be here next Saturday, so if you're only here for a weekend viewer, take note now. I'm going to be probably in a hotel outside Gatwick Airport on Saturday this time next week, flying to Reykjavik on Sunday morning for 4 or 5 days away with Mrs. F, which I'm looking forward to, although the anxiety that is being induced from prepping for such a trip, having been so long since we've been away, I know it's a very first world problem, but I am looking forward to it. So I won't be here next Saturday, but I will be here Tuesday and Thursday with more of the arena action, and then I will be back the following Saturday, so 2 weeks time. 2 weeks time, I'm going to be back with, what am I going to be over? So Red Herring, Big Break, and Connect on Tuesday, Arena on Thursday, and then the following Saturday with the Answer Trap Blitz, the Escape Artist, Data Leak, Risky Business, and probably another Arena as well. It's going to be another late night stream, so do come and join me for that in 2 weeks time. Until then, you have been watching Game Night. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's been a pleasure having you here. We're going to go raid Joey Baby with some Sonic Adventure, and we're going to say Dumpling Hole, if for no other reason than to say Dumpling Hole. I've been Royal Flush. Take care of yourselves out there. Peace out, and good night.